Hi there, welcome. Uh, in this entire course, you're gonna learn within this single video the entire Microsoft Azure computing services. So I'm gonna talk in detail about all the computing components that are involved. Let's say it could be your serverless computing or virtual machines. There are a lot of other advanced topics which you're gonna learn. So I don't want to expose or I don't want to tell right away, but you go on as you go on, you are gonna become as an expert in Microsoft Azure computing services. And end of the course, I wanted to see you as expert in Microsoft Azure computing. That being said, let's jump into some of the smaller introduction. If you're coming with zero computing knowledge also, that's fine for me. I will make you to expert level. That's my promise. Let's jump into a couple of lectures followed by demos. I hope this will be really useful for you. If you really please like it and comment and share it. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we will be looking at computing products. When I say computing products, you can see here we have all these options starting from the virtual machines, which the pyramid, if you can see here, the base is as model, that is infrastructure as a service model. So when it goes down, you would be ending with the platform as a service model. So let's have a look on it. What are the products that are at this point of time in Microsoft Azure that can fit and where it is fitting. So if you see here virtual machines, they are you have the more control on that. So it falls into the infrastructure as a service, as you know. So though when you say VM, if you're quite completely new, a VM is a physical machine you create as an isolated layer of machine to utilize the existing hardware resources, and that's called the virtual machine. And the similar thing, you can also create the things like VMs within the Microsoft Azure. So in this case, VMs is the first layer, and also you have other one as the virtual machine scale set. So the similar VMs will be duplicated things will be available for you. So in case if the workload is not able to handle by one machine, you have thousands of machines or hundreds of machines can be serve the end user's request. Now, this new thing has been added here is called containers. If you can, think about a container is a microservice layer where like a fabric, a service fabric specific like Dockers and Kubernetes, all that comes into the container. So it's a microservices, and you also have app servicing. So this is where the applications and other things can be hosted under computing. And also you have the functions or FAAS or fast. The functions as a service also can be used, which just needs a logic and an event-based driven application. So we're going to look at it in a minute, and this will have all these different technologies that would trigger the functions and other things. So this is finally ending with the platform as a service model. Now let me show you, what I'm trying to talk. If I just go to Microsoft Azure portal, and for all services, if I just go to all services and under computing, you have here 32 as in date of this recording, 2020 January. You have here 32 different services. Some of them are in a preview, like SAP HANA is one of the major thing. They wanted to bring SAP HANA to Microsoft Azure platform. So that's still in a preview mode, and such things are completely part of Microsoft computing services and products. So within this, we talked about the virtual machines. This is where you can create virtual machines, and you have the virtual machine as a classic model. So when we say about the classic model, we don't have ARM or Azure Resource Manager. If you remember the ARM or ARM model, so that is not there with the classic model. So it's a ASM model or servicing model. That's a completely different, but nobody is using now ASM model. Everybody is migrated to Azure Resource Manager model, that is ARM model. So you can check out here what are the virtual machines you can create here and such things. So for all of these things, you do have a proper planning of what kind of workload you wanted to migrate. Let's say you wanted to start with, you want to migrate an existing application, then you goes to this left side workflow. Otherwise, if you're trying to build a new one, you just try to fit where actually your applications can fit. Let's drive as a new application, like your application, whatever you're trying to deploy. Do you need a full control on that? In that situation, it goes to the virtual machines, like say data and everything for the financial institutes or such things, like a lot of complexity for configuration and installation. Then it goes to the virtual machines. If not, if it is high performance computing, when we say high performance computing, you wanted to run as a batch of that workload, then you need to end up with the Azure batch as the one of the service. If the applications wanted as app service model, you can go for the micro architecture model. If not, you want to have a kind of event driven completely workloads, then you can just pay for only Azure functions, so that you're no need to have any servers or serverless technology. When we say serverless technology, don't get into confused state. There will be a server, but the server is not managed by us, so the server will be available from the Microsoft server. But what we do is, when that specific event triggers, it's gonna, for example, you order an order and that mail has to be triggered. So when an event triggers as the purchase has been completed, you need to send an order confirmation email to the consumer, so that drives a event model. So during that milliseconds of time or a second of time, you're going to use the functions, so you would be paying for only that second time, so you're not paying for the entire infrastructure. Whereas in the virtual machines, you need to pay for the virtual machine complete cost of that processing and the memory, everything including as a consolidated. But here with the functions, you are actually paying for only the event driven based. And if you're looking for a full-fledged orchestration, then it would actually goes to the container services. And if you're looking for some kind of fabric model or the container-based like Kubernetes, other things comes into a different technology altogether, like .NET integration, other part. So now this is for the new applications, if at all we are trying to develop. Now let's have a look on it. If we have already an existing application, can that be migrated as it is, or can we convert that and fit it into Microsoft Azure, one of the product services, into the computing environment? To check with that, like if you are trying to build or migrate an application which is as it is to migrate to the cloud, that means there is no changes required to that specific workload. That's called lift and shift. So if it is already cloud optimized, you can directly lift and shift. The workload type would be the cloud optimized. If you are trying to do the cloud optimize the existing workload, you may have to consider HPC or high performance computing workload for the Azure batch mechanism. So batches, as we discussed, it's a multiple, the code will be executed on multiple computers, so that way you get the supercomputer power altogether. Now let's have a look on a lift and shift. This can be containerized. If that's the case, you can look for AKS or Azure Kubernetes services or app servicing model. That's what we have looked into here, like the microservices model. If not, you may have to consider for the app services or for the virtual machine model. So you might have understood by this time, this flow will give you a good idea how existing resources or existing applications can be converted, or when you're trying to design what kind of workload it's going to be end up with, and based on that you can design it. Let's have a look on in the Azure console. you have this here, the Microsoft virtual machine. If you're trying to create a Microsoft virtual machine, it would ask you for a specific operating system and the image that you wanted to install. Let's say you want Ubuntu or Red Hat or Windows Server operating system, or for that matter maybe Windows 10 Professional. And this is where the hardware size, which talks about every operating system or every virtual machine will have a sizing capacity. When we say sizing, it also talks about the cost, along with that how many CPUs it's going to have and how much RAM it will have and what is the performance of the disk operations. So based on these virtual CPUs and RAM and disk performance, this has been segregated into a sizing. So when we say sizing, sizing consists of 8 different models. Let's see, you have here D1, D13, different models. So if you look at any of these models, it is mostly it is optimized based on a category. If you see here, it's a general purpose. This is memory optimized. That means you'll have a more memory. And if you just scroll down, like GPU is more, that means it's going to cost more, even because it has a graphical performancing unit, that is a GPU you have within that NV model. So the VM sizes depends on the model of that VM that needs to be understood and the resources that we used, and every VM will be optimized for a specific type of workload. For example, here GPU and storage optimized here. You see here, that means the more IOPS you have here, 10,000, 8,000, that's huge IOPS. And at the same time, the RAM and memory is nothing but the RAM, definitely, and the CPUs, all that would be optimized for the VM. So we would choose the required family of that specific product. Let's have a look on it. If I just go back to again to the all services, if I just go to all services and try to create virtual machine scale sets, so that means it same virtual machine is gonna have multiple machines in the background. Let's say you wanted 2 instance count, or you want a close to 1000, any of the for example, I can give here as 100 VM scale. So that means the same VM will have close to 100 in the background. So if one goes down, other one would automatically takes up. So that's the power of cloud computing. Now let's have a look on about the pricing. So when you look at the computing pricing, when you go for a normal model called a pay-as-you-go model, which we normally discuss every time, like the performance of that, like there's no upfront cost, but you would be paying for the minutes that you are going to use. To long term commitment or upfront commitment, there's nothing like that. So you just have to buy that specific service for some time, and then you would be terminating that VM or that specific service later point. But there's something called a reserved virtual machine instances, where you're going to save close to 72% of the saving when compared with the pay-as-you-go model. The main advantages for this would be applications with the steady state and the customers who want at a budget predictability, and customers who are committed for that VM for a longer term. So that's called the reserved VMs. Again, in the reserved VMs also you have here 3 years and 1 year model. So when you go for the 3 years, it would be very less cost. If you see here, BS1 model with the 1 gig of RAM, which is costing you close to $0.00 $0.004, that means it's very less, but whereas here it's costing 6. So 2 cents are costing higher comparatively. And if you go to this again, 2 more percentage has been increased. So when it comes to the spot instances, sometimes the spot instances will be available for you with a discount of 90%. When we say spot pricing or spot instance, that kind of VMs are freely available from the Microsoft data center. So instead of they lying as a free, you can run some kind of batch job and come out of that spot pricing or spot scale set of that VM. So that way you would be maximizing your savings at the same time you are actually doing your work. So this is very much useful for the customers who want to significantly lower their cost and interruptible application. It doesn't matter that if that specific application got interrupted, it can, wait for a notice period of 30 seconds and in advance before the application is affected. And that situations, you would go for this, and you would be saving close to 90% of the cost when we look at the costing model. So these are the things coming to the pricing for the computing, and you can go for the calculator. The calculator would give you a good idea in dollars how it's going to be like. You wanted to spin up this VM maybe in South Asia or maybe in US or Norway or whatever the region, and based on that the operating system you would be choosing and the instance. So this is where it says that per hour it's going to be cost you just the 2 cents. Think about it, it's just the 1 GB or 9 GB of the RAM. It's even 9 cents, which is very low in terms of cost. So this is 18 cents. So think about virtual computers are so cheaper when compared with our on-premises. Let's move to the virtual machine scale set. So within the scale sets, let's say you don't want to do a lot of customizations and maintenance work, that things like that, but you wanted to make the machine to be workload to go down, or instead of going down, instead of that, if you just go for the virtual machine scale sets, what would happen is a pool of it's a pool of set of virtual machines that it automatically scales based on your traffic coming into your virtual machines, and then by auto scaling it does it in the both directions for the up and down. When we needed more service, it just creates multiple virtual machines close to 1000 as the maximum limit where you can go for the machine. So it's auto scaling is possible for automatically create or spin up some more virtual machines for that workload, so that your users doesn't know that they don't experience any kind of latency or maybe a workload becoming slow. So for them, every time the machine would perform as they wanted with that high availability and that good performance, they would get it. So let's have a look on the basically the difference between when you look at the manually. If you want to scale up, it takes a lot of time to do it, manual process. Instead of that, virtual machine skill sets will create from a single central place, so that it has the same image or same disk it will have, and it would just simply clone that image for spinning up another machine. So that way it would automatically create and integrates with your load balancing and your application gateways, so that it knows that what kind of workload is what kind of traffic is coming to these specific workloads, and that would actually helps to spin up or down the set of virtual machines. And then this is also comes into the infrastructure as a servicing model. Now let's have a look on it as your app services. If you just go to all services of Microsoft Azure and then you have the web, this is where the app services come into the picture. So like you have the app services, this is where you can create your own custom apps, which is a web-based applications, and then that can be scale up, scale down, all that can be done. So what exactly app service? The app service is a platform for us to build and host applications, which are a web-based application, mobile backend, and it will have the RESTful APIs and it gives us a lot of flexibility. Our applications can be in any programming language that we want. For example, if you can see here, this is a base. Either you want to choose as a Linux or Windows, you can choose based on that plan, and you have the app service plans also. And you see here you have the programming flexibility where you can choose any kind of programming as one of them, like .NET or Java or Python or Ruby. All these PHP, all these are possible to choose for your web-based applications. And this kind of flexibility gives us we don't need to have to manage any of the infrastructure whatever. So again, and these are the platforms as a service offering. We don't have to manage anything that's underlying these services. Instead, Azure manages it for us and offers auto scaling, high availability. We can support both Windows and Linux operating systems, which is really cool. And since we are hosting web applications, there's automated connectivity between various source codes and the repositories like GitHub, Azure DevOps, or maybe really any Git repositories. And for that matter, this app services does it gives as an on-demand auto-scaling web applications and the API hosting platform that runs on both Linux and Windows. The infrastructure as a service equivalent would be as setting up virtual machines and then setting up the web server and wiring things like that would take a lot of time and money for us, and we would also have to worry about auto scaling. We would have to worry about load balancing, all kind of things like that with the infrastructure as a service when we try to host anything on a virtual machine, this kind of web application. Instead, with the app service, we just have to upload our code to the app service, tell it is what kind of operating system we want to run our code and what kind of app service that we wanted to handling with what kind of language. And that's all. We can once we have configured that specific things, it can handle auto scaling or and everything for us automatically, and this makes us always up and running for us. And also for us, you have the options to run these services into the Docker container, so that you can choose what kind of Docker services you want as an operating system for Windows Docker or maybe a Linux Docker. All that also can be possible to do it directly from here. When we look at the containers, if you just go to the all services, you have the containers options. So this is where container services got depreciated, but you have the Kubernetes services here. And if you just go to the Kubernetes services, this is where you can create your Azure Kubernetes services. This is so easy that what kind of Kubernetes version you wanted, and you can go for the Kubernetes clusters within the Azure also. You have a look on it here, and when you just create, you have a plans and you have the scaling option, what kind of auto scaling or multiple scaling, all that possible options you have with the Kubernetes version, what version you wanted to deploy within the Microsoft Azure service as one of the Kubernetes cluster. And this is where you normally create the Kubernetes services. You have option to increase or decrease your node size and the number of counts, but if you increase more, it would actually throw an error as the node couldn't support. So you might make sure that your subscription is supported, all that to be verified and checked. Let's take one of the business case that or one of the business example when we use the Kubernetes or Docker services. Suppose you have a work for online clothing retailer, a company that is planning to deploy a handful of internal applications, but hasn't decided it how it's going to host them and what kind of hosting model you're going to choose it. But they are looking for maximum compatibility as a first option, and second one is the apps may be hosted on premises or maybe in Azure or any other cloud provider for that matter. But some of the applications might share infrastructure as a service model. In that cases, the company requires the apps isolated from each other. That means the apps can share the same hardware resources, but they don't want to be able to interfere with other files and memory and other resources that are used by other applications altogether. So the company values the efficiency of its resources and wants something with the compelling application development story. So then the Docker seems to be an ideal solution. What exactly Microsoft Azure functions? Azure Functions is an event-triggered or event-driven or compute-on-demand experience that extends your existing Azure applications platform with compatibilities or capabilities to implement a code triggered by events occurring in Azure or third-party services, as well as on-premises systems. So it's not just limited to the Microsoft Azure. You can also extend this to happen on your on-premises systems too. And Azure Functions allows developers to take action by connecting to the data source or messaging solutions, thus though making it easy to process and react to the events. Developers basically can leverage Azure Functions to build HTTP-based API endpoints accessibility by wide range of different applications, mobiles or IoT devices. Azure Function is a scale based on demand, so you would be paying for only the resources that you actually consume, or when it actually triggers the time it has taken, only for that only you would be paying for that. So let's jump into the pricing, and you can check out the pricing side. If I just go to the calculator here, within the calculator you have functions. Within the within the Azure Functions calculator, if I just open up this calculator, the first 400 terabytes of executions, as well as close to, this is 1 million executions, are free per month basis. And post to that you would be charged the first time. It's almost free for you. Post to that you may have to pay by based on the execution, like for example, if you go to the pricing, you would be knowing that what exactly it's going to charge. And for basically, this is basically used mostly for the IoT and other devices. So this is a kind of booming technology now on functions or serverless technology. So this is the charges page you can check out, which I'm going to attach this as one of the resources for this lecture. I hope this is useful for you. I will wrap up this lecture for now, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you for watching this.
Thanks for joining me for this lesson on Microsoft Azure virtual machines. And we are going to have a chat about the purpose of the virtual machine and key attributes of the virtual machines. And also we are going to talk in the upcoming lessons about the other components such as the storage, performance, and virtual machine size, and other advanced topics in the upcoming lectures. But within this lecture, we are going to just focus how to create a simple virtual machine, and what are the components that are involved, and what are the key things that to be considered when you are trying to create a new virtual machine. And traditionally, if you don't know what exactly the virtual machines, how they started, traditionally we used to build actually on-premises environment. What we used to do is we used to buy all the physical servers for our infrastructure, along with their storage and their CPU power and the cabling to be done, all the networking components. And then we used to use those servers for each server meant for one or two different purposes. For example, it can be worked for a file server, one of them maybe for the database, or one of them for just for the application servers. So what used to happen is you cannot use the off-peak uses of the servers. Let's say you might have just the utilization on a peak hours, but what about off peak hours usage? So you're not going to use that. So then other softwares come up, for example VMware and Microsoft Hyper-V, all that virtualization softwares come up into the market, and they started grouping of your physical servers that might be actually join a similar kind of in a cluster, and then on top of that, one or two, three servers, when they merged as a cluster, you used to deploy more than 10-15 machines based on the CPU and the RAM and the storage that is actually clubbed as one. So you might be using definitely all that peak hours and off peak hours utilization also out of these three servers. So you used to save a lot of costs, and these things are very popular. Of course, like a lot of things, it's actually extended similar technology to the cloud, and now we call it as a virtual machines within the Microsoft Azure.
So what happens is you will have the virtual machine. So virtual machines will fall into infrastructure as a service. I'm pretty sure that you have already know about the basics like infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service, and all other key cloud types or the cloud offerings that you might already know it. And we are going to actually focus within this lecture more about the how the virtual machines are created, and it can be created and how best we can actually utilize them. And just to jump into the demonstration after the small introduction. So if you are trying to create anything within the Microsoft Azure, you're going to create a resource group. So what exactly resource group? That's a container. Basically, resource group is a container that will hold all the related resources. When I say resource, it could be your web application, or maybe virtual machine, or maybe a storage. All that are part of your resource. So it's like a top folder, and you have all these subfolders. Like you have on your computer, similar thing, but in Azure world, it's a resource group. So a group of different resources will be placed in there. So that's a container kind of thing. It will hold all the related resources within the Microsoft Azure solutions, and these resources can be included all the resources of your solution. And if you delete this resource group, all the solutions within that resource group container gets deleted. So it's another way you can actually manage your lifecycle of the same resources within that resource group. So it's easy for deployment, updating, and deleting. So that's what you're going to use. And if you haven't gone through the lecture on resource groups, please do check out that lecture, but this is gonna focus on Azure virtual machine. So let's take that you have a resource group and you want to actually create a virtual machine. When we create a virtual machine, we will have a different key components that are part of creation of this virtual machine within that resource group. So let's say the first thing first, if we allocate where actually we are going to create and what is the virtual machine name. So let's say we wanted to define this virtual machine name as VM01 example. So the next thing is the region. Region is very important for data sovereignty and compliance perspective. Because that is a key where your virtual machine should be reside. So you need to choose a region. So regions are different regions you have within Microsoft world, like East US or South Asia, or maybe within your country there should be some kind of data center that is called a nearest one for you, and we call that as the regions. So within this, we can actually create maybe in the East US region, and if at all we want, we can choose even West US, or maybe Singapore or Australia, or different regions we can choose it. And the second part would be the here the size. So what exactly the size defines is the virtual machines will have a different sizes, which we're going to talk in the next upcoming lectures. But for now, just to understand, the size will determine your CPU and memory and network performance and so on. So the size is, let's say you are actually targeting for a general purpose, then you can go for general purpose machine type. Or if you're focused on memory hunger applications gonna install on this virtual machine, then you are focused on memory optimized, or maybe GPU based or disk performance based. All that different type of sizes and different type of virtual machines can be used. And just to give you a big note, that not all type of your virtual machine sizes are available in every region. Let's say you have some virtual machine in East US, you might not have the same thing maybe in Singapore data center or Singapore region. So it all depends because of the region changes. So you should be sure that what kind of virtual machine you are trying to create, and is that really available on that specific region. And other things would be the image. When we talk about the image, there are Microsoft default images are also available. Let's say you want to install maybe a Windows machine within this. So it comes with a preloaded operating system for you. So all you have to do is you have to log into the machine. When you're creating, it's going to ask you to enter the user ID and the password. With that user ID and the password, it's going to actually create a computer for you as a virtual machine. So it can be a Linux or maybe a Windows machine, and different images which are coming from Microsoft distributed. So there are different distributors like third party people who are gonna create or could be made their own images. Let's say that image is most hardened for the server configuration, and it is available maybe from the Red Hat or maybe from a third-party vendor. So all that are available, and you can choose that. For of course, for everything it's going to cost the pricing also. So let's have a look on how the components of this virtual machine also looks like. Let's say when you're trying to create any of the virtual machine, it should have definitely a network interface, because that network interface will have a private IP address as well as a public IP. And on top of this virtual machine, you're going to actually have some kind of firewall called NSG, Network Security Group. So where you are going to define a different port should be only open for available for the external users. Let's say from the cloud, a public cloud, from your machine, you're gonna allow 3389 port. So that configuration will be done on the network security group, and that's called NSG. And we're going to discuss these things in the networking section. But just to give you an idea, this virtual machine have a different components altogether, right? So that's what we talked in the beginning of this lecture. And one of the component would be definitely network, and other component would be the storage. So we have a network interface card that's nothing but a NIC, and it's storage. So storage can have a multiple type of storages, like you might have a SATA storage, or you might have a premium storage with SSD, or a hybrid kind of storage. And you can have more than one disks also, and that can be attached to the disk. So all these components you have. So this is all called for the component side for the virtual machine. And let's jump into the Azure portal and see how to create these virtual machines. Let's jump into the Azure portal, and you see here within this, if I start creating any of the virtual machines as a first step. So if I just click on that, it's gonna actually show any of the virtual machines if at all I have. So first thing first, if I try to create a virtual machine, either I should go from here to the virtual machines and then click on add. So this is gonna prompt me to create a virtual machine, and this is where I'm going to choose my subscription. As we talked about the resource group, a grouping of different components, all that resources will be within this resource group. And you see here, resource group will now contain post to the creation. You have your NSGs, network card, and storage. All that will be part of the specific resource group. So let's create as a first resource group. In this case, I'm just gonna say as the demo for VMs. That's what I'm gonna give here, and simply I can give here this name, and that's gonna create a resource group. And within this, I'm going to create a virtual machine. So the virtual machine name, as we talked earlier, VM01, let's see. And the next step is a region. This is where we can choose multiple regions. So, and you see here, Microsoft also recommends these regions because based on the Azure product, long-term capacity growth are available here. Apart from that, you can actually choose other regions also. Let's say I want this virtual machine to be provisioned in maybe Canada East, or maybe in Europe, UK West. So it all depends on my requirement where I have to provision. And you see here as UK West or maybe Europe West, and if the images are available, the standard images, it will show. Otherwise, it's gonna say that, hey, you have to select another type of image, because this is a size. The sizes depends on actually the virtual CPUs and the memory limit. So this specific size is not available in this maybe Europe, UK West, or maybe some other region. So if at all I choose the East US, so this specific size is available, and I can choose that. So we talked about the regions as part of the PPT, and also now we are going to talk about availability options. So we're going to talk on this in the upcoming lectures, where we're going to talk for multi-region, multi-zone, and multiple virtual machines becomes as a set. That's called a scale set. All that in the upcoming lecture. But for now, for the creation of the virtual machine, you can choose the image. Let's see what kind of operating system you want to choose. Here I can choose here the virtual machine type would be maybe a CentOS or Windows Server or Ubuntu Server or Oracle Linux or Debian 10. So all that different virtual machine images can be loaded to this specific virtual machine called VM01. So in my case, I'm just choosing maybe a 2019 data center generation 1. That means you would actually have even generation 2 also you might have. So I'm just choosing the generation 1. Or if you want to browse any public and private images, as we talked earlier, let's say Ubuntu server was created by a third-party company, and best value for the scale out, you can choose that. It's gonna actually you're gonna buy those things. Even for the Barracuda cloud generation, all the different images like Citrix ADC, different Red Hat Enterprise, all that, if they are not available from your Microsoft public images, you can actually browse and buy from third party also images. And coming to the spot registration, this is where it's going to actually used unused Azure capacity. So you're getting actually a discount instead of a coupons. You're actually, when you choose for Azure spot instance, you're going to actually buy for the reduced price. And coming back to the sizes, as we talked a little bit on this earlier already when we are trying to browse for the region. So not all the sizes are available in each and every region. That's what we talked in the PPT, and you can choose here different sizes. And also you can click on, when you click on a size, it is going to actually give you a different sizes. You see here there are A, K, K and A series or E series, B series, D series. So each series has its own specialization. Let's say if I just choose maybe H series, it says that high performance computing VMs, and this is up to 2x performance boost for vector processing workloads. And this is large latest generation of E family sizes for E series. So third generation, second generation, different sizes. So it all depends on what kind of hardware they're procured and what kind of CPU power and memory and the storage you're gonna get it. Let's say if I choose here D series, that's or maybe let's go for a good one, just to show you that so that you know that what I'm trying to talk here. High performance. So you see here it's going to actually have the CPU as 8 and RAM as 56 GB and 32 disks can be attached. So you get the IOPS, great IOPS, actually 32 into 500 IOPS. So here you see here, and this is going to cause something here. So based on the performance of your CPUs, let's say I want to go for horsepower of 60 CPUs and RAM as 223. So this is a huge one. Definitely it's going to cost me a lot of the cost. So it's close to, in my case, it's expensive, right? So I can choose based on these sizes and their pricing also listed here. So this is the sizing side where you can choose it. So in my case, I'm just choosing a simple one, which is gonna come up close to $70 to $80 per month. I'm just choosing this, and coming back to the user account, this is the user account that's going to be given you so that you are going to log in with that account. So I'm just giving here Paddy. What if you're trying to give as an administrator, it says that hey, this can't be used because it's a guessable. We are talking about the public cloud, so anybody can give a guess with administrator and or admin, all that are the guessable. So it should be a unique ID. So I'm just going to give it here as Paddy, and the passwords also you can't use the well-known passwords. So you should be using some other password. So I'm going to use some random password here in this case, and once the password is accepted, it's going to ask me to, hey, you want to allow the inbound, because I'm going to actually connect from my home network or maybe from my office network to the public cloud. So we are talking about the public cloud altogether. So there's no VPN tunnel between your office or from your computer to Azure cloud. So definitely you need to allow port 3389 for doing the RDP. Otherwise, you can also use the Azure Bastion service, which is, again, you don't need to enable this port. You can connect from the Azure portal. We have talked that in the upcoming lectures about the Azure Bastion service, but for now, just the 3389 you want to allow. And also you can use, if you have your on-premises license for this Windows Server 2019, you can actually reuse that, so that you're actually going to reduce the cost of 49% in terms of the license. This is called Azure Hybrid benefit. This benefit is available if you own on your paper. You can use that benefit of the license in Azure Cloud. So like by taking this radio button and clicking on confirm, it's going to allow you. So in my case, I don't have example. So the next step is the other component. So this is a basic information what we have as of now supplied. Now the disk. So the disk by default, it's going to give you around 127 GB, and you want to add some other space, like you can create some of the LANs by creating here, and the size, all that you can have, so that this becomes as the additional drive for the virtual machine. And coming back to the networking, here within the networking, it's going to actually provision in the backend a network interface. So this network interface is going to have a virtual network. As you know, within your Office network also you will have your own VLANs, right, or your own subnetting. So similar thing we do call as the virtual network, and we have a great lessons which we talked in detail about the virtual networking, or the virtual networks of VNet, VLAN, and their peering and side-to-side connectivity, and you can extend that VNet to your on-premises. All that was dedicatedly talked on VNets. But for now, if you are just try to create a virtual machine, you can simply click on create, or just leave these things. It will automatically create for you. So if you want to create your own VNet, you can click on create new. This is going to be the VNet name. So that's nothing but your subnet name kind of thing. And on top of it, you have a subnet here. So you can give here subnet 1, this could be, and you might have another subnet. You can give something like that, and there's subnetting ranges, all that. Click OK, and if at all your subnet is once you created, how you want to connect to this machine, definitely with a public IP. So if you don't want that, you can say that I don't want, and if you want to have a public IP to connect from your virtual machine, from your machine to that virtual machine, you need to have the public IP. And is that public IP to be a static, or should change dynamic? When I say static and dynamic difference, if your virtual machine restarted, so it might change the public IP. So you have to choose again one more time the correct IP and then connect it. If not, you can actually go and set it as a static. So it's going to charge you close to $1 to $2 per month. And in my case, I'm going to choose as a static. And coming back to the network security group, so this is the NSG. Again, the security firewalls, you can choose a basic or advanced. So if you choose the advanced, again you have other acceleratory features that are available. So in our case, we are actually going with the basic, and we talked very extensively on network security group for allowing the ports, all that in the upcoming lectures in the networking section. But for now, yeah, we are actually allowing the network security group to allow public inbound port on 3389. And if at all you have a load balancer in between, like web app and web app 2, and a load balancer, then you can configure from here. But in our case, we don't have anything, and we did talk on this in the networking section. And coming back to the management, so in the management, all this any kind of issues will be reported to your security center for your virtual machine, for the monitoring and security concerns, all that. And also for the monitoring, you want to enable for the boot diagnostic. Let's say the virtual machine is not able to boot, and might be throwing a base OD, so you don't know what's happening. So in that situation, you can enable the boot diagnostic, and you can troubleshoot further. And the guest OS diagnostics also can be enabled. For that, it needs a storage account to be created. In our case, if we are trying to do auto shutdown of the virtual machine, you can enable this so that you can choose a different time zones like UTC or maybe UTC based time zones, any of them, and then based on that the machine gets automatically shut down. And by doing that, it's going to actually saves the cost, since the virtual machine is not in a use state, right? So that really helps in terms of saving your cost. And for the starting, again, you can use something called Azure automation services, and you can trigger an automation task to automatically start the virtual machine, and this gets automatic shutdown, so that in between startup and shutdown is covered, so your virtual machines are only available during the user's activity. So that's good, and it's a great useful feature. Coming back to the notification, before you send shutdown, it's going to actually send a notice. It's going to turn off within 15 minutes or something like that. So you can configure your email. If you don't want, you can turn off, and also you can configure this virtual machine directly right from here for the backup. So if you choose this button, it's going to take the complete backup of the virtual machine. Let's say maybe you want to restore for yesterday's date for so and so time, you can do that very well. And as a next step, it's going to be asked for me. I'm not going to choose the backup, and we have a dedicated lesson on the backup, and we did covered Azure backup and ASR site-to-site recovery, all that features in a different lecture, but you can check out that section altogether because it has multiple lectures which was covered. And coming back to the advanced, it's going to actually install some kind of extensions. So when we talk about extension, let's say a specific software to be automatically installed, like your antivirus should be automatically installed on your virtual machine. So you can actually put some kind of extension if you have a subscription for those extensions. Let's say NVDA GPU driver extension, a PowerShell script to be run, or maybe Kaspersky antivirus. All that are different extensions that are available, and you can do that for the level of customization. But in our case, we don't have anything. But if at all you are actually looking for some kind of antivirus, all that, you can definitely go ahead and choose that specific extensions. Let's say Microsoft Antimalware, that to be part of this virtual machine. So you can do that, and if you have a subscription for that, it's going to add for your virtual machines automatically. And next thing is a tags. Tags are very important. Let's say this virtual machine is created for whom? Who's going to own this virtual machine? Say I can say here owner is in this case it could be Patty. So I know that I'm gonna actually call or talk with this guy since he's the owner, and I can say this is for my billing. Billing is from my business unit for my R&D department, right? R&D for HRA or HR department maybe. So I know that by giving these, when I pull up or when I do a quick changes, I know that this specific owner belongs this specific VM, or maybe this business unit is actually costing XYZ dollars for this specific business has to pay within internally for the costing. So tags are very, very important. That can be easily do even for the automation. Let's say I wanted to go for automation of shutdown maybe I wanted to do the shutdown of around 7 p.m. maybe I can set here as this 7 p.m. So what would happen is if my automation account was configured, and it will actually look for my entire resources. If anywhere the tag is matching for the shutdown and the value with only whatever the time, so within that time it's going to actually shut down that virtual machine. So it's very, very useful in terms of the billing and for automation and to easily identify the resources, all that. And you can actually click on review and create that specific thing, and it's going to show you in the USD or your local currency and what's going to charge per hour basis, and you can view all these and click on create. That would actually create your virtual machine And also you can also save this as a template. So this is called ARM template. Please do check out other lecture on templates, specifically for your virtual machine. So you can actually, you don't need to recreate every time with all these configuration and tags. So simply you can use this template to redeploy as many times as, so that all you have to do is you have to enter these some of the parameters, for example the US a username and the password, kind of some key parameters, and then you can actually deploy it. So this is the this can be downloaded, and also you can add to your library, and you can recall from there to deploy directly by using this ARM template. So we have a lecture and we have a complete talk on the ARM templates, how we can actually modify these ARM templates, and the differences between ASM and ARM. So ASM is the old model, and that's called, also sometimes we refer as the classic, and this is the ARM is the latest Microsoft Azure world. ARM is the latest one, and most of the things, 99%, all the resources are moved already to ARM, and with this you can easily play even RBAC, all that great advantages you have with the ARM model, which we have talked about in a different lecture about ARM. But for now, I will actually click on create, so that it's going to create a virtual machine for us. And if you see here, it's going to actually creating this virtual machine, and different components like an IP address is a different component, and a network card, and all that storage, all that has been created. And if I just go to my resource, which is a virtual machine, I can see that this virtual machine has now a public IP. And coming back to the networking, you have a port which was allowed 3389. This is called the NSG, so network security group, which will allow for the inbound connections rule, and also for the outbound. Everything is by default allowed, and here inbound itself blocked everything except the port 3389. And also you can check out the disk. So in this case we have just one disk, and if you want to add one more disk, you can add it here. And coming to the size, later point, let's see, now you have this size of maybe 2 core or 4 core with maybe 8 GB RAM. You want to extend, you can do it, but not all the virtual machines are supported. You cannot degrade the generations of the virtual machines. Let's say I want to go for a basic one, so I can always resize that. So you're not going to lose any data within that virtual machine, but instead you are going to actually reduce your CPU power and the RAM power, and definitely the max ops, input output operations, and a disk performance would reduce or can be increased based on the chosen size. So that's about the sizing side. And for connecting this virtual machine, you can always go and click on overview and try to connect from here. And if at all you have configured as your Bastion as a service, you don't need to download the file, so you simply actually connect from here directly by creating this as your Bastion service. And this is where the auto shutdown option, you want to change that, you can do always. And you want to enable the backup, you can do the backup enabling. And also for the DR ASR, you can configure ASR configurations here. Let's say currently it is into West US, you want to do for another space, maybe for target location I want to do it for maybe, let's say, Canada or Central, so I can do for the region as a Canada. So you can do all these source destinations, and this virtual machine will be available as a disaster recovery automatically with a few clicks. And for host updates, so if you are getting some kind of updates, you can always update so that the automation account would update any of the machines specific things. And coming back to the security, this is nothing but the Azure Security Center specific recommendation. If at all you have enabled this,
So it actually recommends what kind of security should be taken for this virtual machine. Let's say you shouldn't be opening port 3389 because anybody can access if they know my IP address. So you can also access with this IP, but I'm going to delete later point. But if you try at this point of time, or maybe hacker is trying to do, he can actually try to connect with the 3389 if he knows the username and a password. So that can be again a case where you want to secure. So you can do that even for the virtual machines. If I just talking about the networking side, you do have the VNet here. Within the VNet, you have a different subnet to be created. Maybe currently you have a subnet 1 with a 10.0.3/24. Maybe you want with 10.1. Something like that. You can create your own subnet here. And we did talk about all these topics in the networking section, like creating a VPN tunnel from here. You can do that, or as your Bastion service specific subnet can be created. Even site-to-site VPN, all that options we have can be implemented directly from a VNet. So VNet is like your subnets or your VLANs in your physical environment. So similar thing, but it's a software based. And coming back to the other things within the virtual machine, so you can apply here again one more time different tags from here, and you can access can be granted for a specific person, or you can invite some other person to automatically co-admin. For example, I can say that add a specific role, let's say owner role, if I wanted to assign for a specific user, or maybe I wanted to type like X YZ at maybe a gmail.com person should be, I wanted to send him as a guest, but he wanted to have a full permission on my virtual machine. I can simply select this, and when I click on save, it's gonna grant a permission on this entire virtual machine where he can do full control as an owner. So these things comes into the role-based access management for each of them. If you just click here, you are gonna learn more about when we use what is owner, what is actually maybe a contributor or reader, all that. So these things are fully configured and fully easily understandable in other lectures with respect to RBAC. And for now, I just cancel that, and I wanted to show you how to connect to this virtual machine. So we know now a little bit of options about the virtual machine, and now let's try to connect it. So to connect, if it's a virtual machine of a Windows server, then you're going to use the RDP. That means it's going to download a RDP file. And if it is SSH based on Linux and other, then you can go and download that SSH file. And if it's a Bastion, directly connects directly from your Azure portal. So in our case, it's the Windows server. So I'll just click on RDP and download. So what would happen is it's going to download a RDP file with this specific computer name. Inside this, the public IP and port number is hard coded. If I just open this, I get this options where it's gonna actually hard coded this IP, and also if I just try to connect, it's gonna ask me user ID and password. So the user ID is the ID which I have given while I was creating this virtual machine. So I'll simply click on OK. So it's gonna ask me to connect. So if I just accept that SSL specific certificate, and it's going to connect it. So this virtual machine is connected from my local machine, and this virtual machine is hosted in Azure network. So whatever the changes I do here, that's actually saved in the hard disk. And if I try to resize my virtual machine from a sizing, the hard disk only gets connected, because you see here what happens is everything is component based. So different components will be attached to a specific power of CPU and memory, and then it becomes as a virtual machine for you. So I'm going to use the same thing. So how do I know what other resources are available here? So before that, just maximize this, and you see here this is very similar to our virtual machine which is in our on-premises. So I can go ahead and install some of the roles, or maybe create a files. All that can be done. And the size of the VM is, again, you can see here, C drive is 117, that's 127 GB close to, and temp drive is a drive where it's gonna save just for the Azure purpose, so you don't need to save anything here. That's what it says, data loss warning, read me here. So if you save anything, it's going to be not deleted automatically, so don't save anything in the D drive. If you want to attach maybe a 1 TB, 2 TB, you go to Azure portal from the disks and create a attached disk from here and give the premium or whatever the size and simply attach it, so that it's going to create for you a virtual machine. And here host caching also can be enabled. That would actually read write performance will increase. Let's say I just give here as a D drive or something like that, extra drive. So if I just click on save, this specific drive with the 4 GB will be provisioned as a premium SSD for the specific virtual machine in a minute or so. So this is how you can add the disk if you want. And for the sizing, we talked about it. For the connectivity, we talked about it. And we talked about the networking components, we talked about it. Security, we talked about it. Extensions, we talked about the extensions when we try to create it. Let's say you want to install maybe Puppet Agent, or maybe used maybe anti-malware specific Powershell, DSC, all that can be configured here directly. And let's go to this drive. It's added now, the D drive or this hard disk LAN is added. So let's go to this machine and see. You don't see here. The reason being, it has to be go to your manage and then rediscover that disk management. So I'll just scan my disk management for any changes. So as soon as I open, it will start prompting as, hey, you have a new disk called disk2. So if I just initialize, it's going to show me here the disk size also information. So here it's a 4 GB. If you want to create a partition, you can do that. So it's a basic thing which you do it for any of the virtual machine. But I was just trying to explain to you here what other options you have and how best you can secure. And logs, if we talk about the logs, we did have a different lecture on the logs, but just wanted to explain here. You want to do not want to delete any changes or do not make any changes. All that can be allowed or configured directly here with the help of logs. So you can say that I don't want anybody to delete, and this should be only read only. So it's going to be log. You cannot even shut down, you cannot delete if you just choose as read only, all that. So the logs are very useful in order to protect your components or your resources within your resource group, and you can apply these logs on a resource group also. Let's actually jump into the resource group and see, when we created this virtual machine, we have chosen a new resource group called demo VMs, right? If I just click on that, this has taken to the resource group. And if you look at here, if I just maximize to show you the resources, so here you have 7 different resources has been deployed, and all these components as attached, and it is showing you as a one virtual machine. Let's say you see here you have a virtual network, you have a disk, you have here virtual machine, this is a virtual machine, and this is your public IP address, and this is your security group which acts as a firewall, and this is your network interface, this is your actual operating system maybe, and you have created additional disk, so you have 2 disks. So whatever the things you are going to put it in your resource group, all that will come here, and you can apply, as I said, the logs also in order to secure. So these are the things which you need to learn about the virtual machine as a basic things. So let's say I want to go back to virtual machine, I can simply go from the resources also. That would take me to the virtual machine, and it gives a great view in terms of the monitoring capabilities. Also you can see the performance and all that, and also capabilities you can take for the security, disaster backup, patch management, logs can be bastion, auto shutdown. You can also go for the best recommendation directly, and any of the tutorials if you want to learn more about things, you can actually go here. So these are the things which comes into the virtual machine. So this is a basic lecture which I wanted to cover. So think that in the upcoming lecture, I'm not going to go in these things which I have already talked it. Instead, I'm going to focus on a specific components. Let's say if I just talk about the networking, I'm going to talk only on networking. If I'm going to talk about the scale sets, I'm going to talk only on scale sets. Since this is a first video for virtual machines, it has took a lot of time to explain, but this is not the same case for other lectures, and I'll try my best to limit the time. Thank you for watching this. I hope this is really useful for you. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about Azure virtual machine types. As Microsoft says that for an optimized, it can be, when I say optimized, it might be optimized for CPU purpose, or maybe general purpose, or maybe memory optimized, or maybe storage is optimized, or graphics may be optimized, or high performance computing. So altogether, it's everything is optimized, and you can have a different type of virtual machines. And then you can run your loads. Let's say if you have a SQL server, it needs the CPU power, but more than CPU, it also needs the memory. So if it's a memory optimized, it would be good to have when you're creating a type of a virtual machine. You should consider any of these series like M series or DS or ES. So these are the series is what Microsoft calls. So let's jump into Microsoft Azure portal and try to see what kind of Azure virtual machine types that what we have. And if you see here, we have categorized like a general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, and GPU and high performance. And each of these series is like E and F or L or maybe NC or H. All these are falls into a different optimized performance based, and these are better. For example, general purpose is balanced by the CPU and the memory type, and it can be used for your web servers. And these are the computing optimized is for medium traffic of web applications or network appliances, all that. And for the databases, memory optimized, and for storage optimized, it could be even SQL, NoSQL databases. And GPU is compute intensive graphics, intensive visualization or workloads. Then it's recommended like ND means NVIDIA series. You can use the GPU of NVIDIA's, and then that gives you a great experience for the graphics. And for the high performance, it's actually processing and even the CPU, everything is almost optimized for you for the memory and all that, and it can be used for batch processing or analytics or molecular modeling purpose you can use. So let's jump into Azure portal as we talk. So when we create a virtual machine, you can actually go for sizing of these, and you can see here the different type of optimization of VM series. You see here you have the most used by Azure users, or B series, D series, or you can even see the way we talked earlier about the ideal for CPU performance, this or for general purpose, all that. You can even check this specific link which talks about what are the series we have and what is the starting price and their performance and when we use this. So when you're trying to scale or when you're trying to design Azure virtual machines, you should be actually looking what is the purpose of that virtual machine, what it needs to be optimized for your applications, either CPU or memory or graphics or network performance. So based on all that, you can actually choosing a type of series that you wanted. And remember that the pricing also differs. If you see here, the pricing is starting $48 per month for the DC, and it would go from anywhere from here to $1,000, even $16,000 also when we go for the largest memory optimized virtual machine. So it all depends on your business case and the application demand, because these kind of applications are the machines needed for SAP HANA or S/4 HANA or SQL or kind of applications might be demanding these things where it will have a 6 TB 12 TB of memory configuration. Think about it, it's very expensive, right? And all these
things are available for you. So when you try to create virtual machine, you would be actually choosing a proper thing, or you can even filter here by based on the RAM, like you want a custom RAM of 16 GB, or it just only shows the 16 GB, or you want a cost by monthly or hourly. You can choose even CPUs. You want more than 8 CPUs, you can choose. So previous generations with the 16 GB is available, and if you're choosing anything from 160, it would defer something else. So you have here previous generation computers with 32 GB, and you also have different series which gives the more memory, like 112 GB of memory, and you can depends on what purpose you are actually creating this virtual machine. Based on that, you can size it and make sure the pricing also, how much it is gonna cost you. And on top of it, there are some of the limitations. You cannot have every virtual machine type in all the regions, definitely. So it all depends on a region wise. You see here, I'm actually filtering for ease use. If I'm choosing for a different region when I was creating a virtual machine, like following this wizard, and within this wizard I can choose a different virtual machine size from the sizing. And here it's nothing but the same thing you can actually look at, and you can choose one of them like D or E series, and make sure that what is that purpose you're creating, and based on that you can give the required components for better performance, like hard disk or CPU or memory. So this is how you're going to choose it, and you can filter based on the regions and all that. So in this case, it's taking as the easier. So if I just change this to some other region like West US, so it's going to actually change for the West US region. So I'll just close this, and if I come back here one more time, it's going to actually choose based on the West US too, so whatever the series that are available. So this is how you can choose the sizing of your virtual machine. Make sure that you choose and do the proper design for your virtual machine, so that it will not be a bottleneck for your applications. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about Azure Disks, which covers also managed and unmanaged disks. And also we're going to learn about type of disks within this short lecture. And later point, we are going to actually create a virtual machine, or we would actually add hard disks. How we can add, that's nothing but the disks, how to add to the virtual machine. So let's jump into exactly what is Azure Disks. So if you're quite new to Microsoft Azure, maybe you're just hearing Azure Disks, but if you're in this industry for Microsoft Azure world, then you might be knowing already managed and unmanaged words, familiar words. So let's talk about the difference and how that actually can be easily differentiate unmanaged and managed. Let's say in the olden days, or a few years back, Microsoft used to manage all the virtual machines disks, right? If you are creating a virtual machine, you need to have a hard disk, right? So this hard disk used to come from a storage account. Yes, that's additional dependency, that's additional scale up that you have to do it. So why we are talking about this at this point is, let's say you have maybe 100 or maybe 400, 500 virtual machine. You need to actually scale two things here, not just a virtual machine. You also have to scale about your storage account, because if storage account is not performing well, your virtual machine doesn't perform well. Even though you have a great processor for that virtual machine, and you have a great good performance of the RAM and all that all waste of use, because the disk is not faster than what you expected. And also we used to have a single point of failure, especially the storage account. If storage account failed in that region, or maybe it's not working, all of virtual machine goes down. So that's the problem with the unmanaged disk. So what we talked so far as a summary within unmanaged, so you need to actually create a non-top level resource of a disk which comes from a storage account, and also you're going to manage that storage account manually, because you need to think about your performance and all of that. And also you used to have a very limited high availability because of the storage account limitations, and also the limited functionality because of the storage account as a dependency. Now let's move to the manage. So why we are talking about managed disk? So later point Microsoft has moved to something called managed disk, and now they just call it as a Azure disks. But for the operating system, only a dedicated disk we used to call as the managed disk. So this managed disk will be there's no dependency on this managed disk. It's created by Microsoft for a better performance, to address all the previous issues that were encountered in the unmanaged disks. So it's a non-dependent on any of your storage account, so it's not responsible for any kind of configuration on your storage account. It supports high availability, functionality regularly improved by Microsoft because it's purely managed by Microsoft. That's why it's a managed disk. So that's a major difference. So let's jump into the disks word. So if you look at Azure disk as a word, so what happens is there are type of disks you have. So I can differentiate here 4 different type of disk. So we'll start with OS disk. OS disk is nothing but, as the name stated, it will have the operating system gets installed. So it's the one of the mandatory, and it is the one of the required for your virtual machine to boot up, because it will have the pre-installed operating system, and this disk is a by default. Similarly, there is additional built-in disk which is available. That's a default disk we call, that is for the storage disk. So what exactly storage disk is? Let's say the other type of disk what we talked is either managed disks, or maybe OS disk in this case. So or maybe in this case maybe data disk, or any other disk. Basically what happens is they actually come from a virtualized storage account or virtualized storage. So that virtual storage will give you some kind of LAN kind of thing that would actually comes to you, and it will be connected for your operating system, and you would be installing maybe operating system here, maybe applications from the data disk. But temporary disk is completely different. So what exactly temporary disk is? It will give you a limited space, and that space can be used for your swap files. So it's that hard disk space is not really a virtualized disk, it's actually physical disk. Why I'm talking about physical is for your virtual machine which was connected, or which might be created on a Hyper-V server. That Hyper-V will have some disk, and out of that disk it will have this specific VM will have a temporary disk. So that can be used, maybe a swap file, or that can be used for a better performance purpose. So that's called temporary disk, and whatever the data you're gonna write in this temporary disk, it's gonna wipe up. So it's not a persistent. So when I say persistent, it should stick to the machine, but temporary disk is not like that, because tomorrow when you restart your virtual machine, so you might get a physical disk from a different physical disk, or maybe a different virtual physical server. So it's not the persistent, whereas a disk which are persistent we can use for different purpose, like maybe for your database can be installed, or maybe your applications can be installed. So that's called persistent disk. So this persistent disks are nothing but your data disks. So whatever other than the operating system, that's a OS disk and temporary disk. So mostly we use the data disk for your installing your applications. Let's say I wanted that to be a 1 TB of space, so you can simply assign that. And the final option is ephemeral OS disk. So that's nothing but actually it's a special type of operating system disk which will contain all the operating system installation binaries and all that. It's not gonna use for your application, so it's just used for your installation purpose. So it's not for your data to be used for a different purposes. So that's the last and the latest version, latest type of disk that you have with the disk. So let's jump into the Azure portal and try to have a look on what's managed and also different type of disks that can be attached. Now I logged into Azure portal, and you can see here I have a virtual machine. So if I want to connect any of the disks, I need to go to under settings and disks. So this is where I can actually add any additional disks. So you see here, this is a disk which was created, and it was automatically added by Microsoft when we tried to create any of the virtual machine. So this specific disk is a managed disk. So if I just click on that, you'll come to know that it's going to be a completely managed disk, and I can go for the sizing and performance, and I can change the current size, which is 128 GB to maybe additional size. And I can even go for operating system complete encryption at the disk level also. That's an additional layer of protection that I can do. And if you choose as a rest, that's going to be customer managed encryption key. And if you have your key vault services, and you can enter your keys that would be used to encrypt this entire disk. So if somebody is trying to unencrypt the data, they don't get it. Actually, if they try to record the data, they're not gonna get it. So that's an additional way of securing your disks. It's key that to understand about the disk performance actually matters what type of the disk SKU you have selected. If you selected the standard HDD, it's going to really impact. If you see IOPS, that's the input output performance basically, which talks about only 500, whereas if I just go to the premium, it's going to actually change based on the size, and you can get the 5000 also. So it's a huge input output, so you can easily copy and paste the data, or read and write operations can be executed very quickly, so you get the better performance. So these are the type of the disks. We call it from the P1, P2, P3, P4. You can actually check a link which is within this video link as a resource for the performance. So when you go from the P1 to P80, the performance gonna change, and according to the cost also will be effective. And if I just go back to my virtual machine one more time, here if I want to add the virtual machine, I will be simply create and attach a new disk. That's what I'm going to do. And simply I can attach here whatever the LUN. Let's say I want to attach as a LUN2 and give a disk name. Let's say this is my E drive or something like that for whatever the purpose. So I can give that, and later point I can choose the type of the disk. So based on that, it's gonna charge. Let's say if you choose the premium disk, that means you're gonna build right away. When I say right away, whether you use it here the 40 GB, if I just choose a 40 GB, so whether you use that 40 GB or not, you're gonna charge for 40 GB if I choose the SSD. But if I choose the standard HDD, if I choose maybe a 2 TB example, still it's not going to charge for me for the 2 TB. Instead, whatever I store the data inside of my standard HDD, let's say if I use only out of 2 TB 1 GB, it's going to charge for me only on 1 GB data. It's not on 2 TB. That's a major difference when when you look at for the pricing side, especially for the disk. So if you choose a premium, you can actually build, that means you're reserving that IOPS for you, and the data is dedicated for you, that dedicated space. So you're going to charge for that. So you can attach like these, and for the better performance you can actually use the host caching, and this is not recommended if you enable on your domain controllers. Let's say you hosted a virtual machine within the cloud for your domain control, make sure that you should choose as a no, because your NTDS doesn't work properly for the replication purpose if you choose the host caching. So make sure that you disable that. But for any other applications, we never do none or read only. We actually go for read and write, so that we get the better performance in terms of the disk read and write options. So you can actually attach and then click on save. That would actually comes back to the virtual machine as a new additional drive or the disk. So later point you're gonna actually attach by running from the disk management. From here, for example, I'm just trying to show you without logging to the virtual machine. And then if the disk is found, you can go for initialization and then format and change the partition letter, drive letter. All that can be done as a normal method. So that's all about the Azure disks. I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Make sure that you check out some of the documentation links on the performance. That would really helps you in the ongoing lectures. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. We're going to focus to learn more about virtual machine storage performance within this lecture. So when we are talking about the performance for a specific disks, so in the previous lecture we talked about different type of disks. Actually what we have like OS disk, a temporary data disk. So for all of them we also talked like we can enable actually something called host caching. So host caching is what happens is in the back end actually you have a two different type of caching which is in the back end of your infrastructure which you don't see. So one is the disk cache. Sometimes we also refer this as the host caching, and also the blob cache. So when we talk about the blob cache, it's completely disk caching, and Azure leverages a specific technology referred to a blob cache, and that's going to use a combination of your host SSDs and memories to provide to your virtual machine. So that's a different technology. So it's going to use in the backend for the blob storage and also for the disk caching. As we talked earlier, it's not just for a type of application, because not all type of applications are supported when you enable host caching. Let's say if it is if I just enable here for my operating system, so it's a OS disk, so nothing but your managed disk. So if I put it here as the read and write for the host caching, it gets the greater performance. That's good, but not all type of your applications are supported. So make sure that if you are enabling, you should be check that whether this kind of a caching option is supported or not. We also take an example in the previous lecture about Active Directory domain services. If this specific VM called VM01 has that ADDS services, if that is running on this disk, in this case the operating system disk, and if you enable this, so it might get corrupted the replication, because we're talking about the cached disk type of data which is getting replicated. So it goes for a inconsistency, and at the end it might broke. So you need to focus on what type of that application, whether it's gonna support it or not. And this host caching can be enabled for any of your disks, maybe for application disks also, so that you get that performance automatically for you. But of course the application has to be supported for you. If we look at for the caching options like read and write, that's going to actually read and write purpose the caching. And if you choose a read only, most of the applications that suppose it just a read only, because you're actually not rewriting anything to the disk. So read only might support, and if you use a none, you're actually missing that host caching options, which will be useful for your better performance. And the next thing is the type of the disk. We actually, when we try to create here, like if I try to attach a new disk, I'm actually getting here an option. If you see here, I can go for a premium SSD or standard or HDD. So all this I can actually create, but there is a difference actually. Different type of the disk I can choose, and more high performance. If I choose, I have to pay more definitely. But let's have a look on what type of the disk what we have. The topmost one would be the Ultra. So Ultra disks are basically highest level. It's going to be used for your SAP HANA kind of applications, top tier databases, and these things can be used if you use the Ultra disk, and you get a higher performance. If you see here, the 160K IOPS, that's a huge actually, and it has a capacity range from anywhere from 4 GB to 64 terabytes of data. And coming back to other disks, what you have here in general disk, like you have here a go for SSD or normal SSD, or that's again the standard SSD and the HDD. So within the three type of SSDs, you have three different type of SSD performance. Like you can expect in a standard SSD like you have on your laptop, that's nothing but your standard SSD, and the premium is, which offers a little bit of IOPS, so you can actually get the maximum through output of 900 MB per second, and whereas the normal standard hard disk gives you just the 500 Mbps. This is where it actually comes, the IOPS is going to play a key. And if you see for the ultra disk, you're going to actually get the 2000. That's a 2000 MB. That's nothing but a 2 GB of the per second copy paste can be done with the ultra disk. So that's where we're going to use these SAP HANA or kind of top tier databases, SQL, Oracle, all that heavy workloads can be used. And if you see here, a max IOPS is 160,000. That's a huge actually when compared with the 2000 IOPS, 20,000 IOPS with 1600 and 1000. That's a huge actually. So you have a different type of the disk, but remember that the type of the disk also matters for your application performance. At the same time, the cost also gonna high from if you just choose the ultra disk versus a normal standard SSD. There's a huge difference, very similar to your IOPS. Right, the IOPS more you get low, that means it's not going to perform you better in terms of the performance. Let's say you can use just a 2000 or 6000 IOPS can be used for your web servers or maybe any of the enterprise applications for your development and testing purpose. But the premium SSDs are normally used for your production servers or sensitive workloads. But ultra disks are very premium, and we would be using for heavy workloads. And let's have a look on other things like the type or disk size actually also matters here. So when you go for size of the gigabytes goes higher and higher, you get actually higher IOPS. That's additional point you need to look at. And not all type of disks are available for you, and there's a difference between the premium disks also. So we talked about the disks here, we actually talked about the disk types here, the premium SSD, all standard and HDD. But if you just choose one more type of the layer, which is the here the disk size based performance, like the standard disk is gonna called S4, S6, S10. Similarly, you have an option for P1, P2, E1. So it actually gives a different type of disk based on the performance you're gonna get it. So let's say if I choose the higher capacity of the disk, it's gonna change that performance. Let's say here, if I choose the P1 as a premium, most of the time we go for either P1 to P10 between anywhere, and we would be choosing different type of the premium hard disks, premium SSDs. In fact, these are. So let's say if I want to go for a maximum burst of 30 minutes, I want to copy higher of the data with the maximum of IOPS, then I would be choosing maybe a P1. But if I want better than this, I would definitely go for P2 and P3, P4, all that offers me higher IOPS. That would actually helps us to copy paste and gives the higher performance for my applications that are hosted on my production or maybe my own development servers. So make sure that you check out and go through this link for understanding more about the disk types and that performance when you compare any of the disks. So I hope this is useful for you. Make sure that you check out this link and try to work and try to compare based on the IOPS, because IOPS is the key here that matters, and that gives you the higher performance for your disks. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to learn about Azure Virtual Machines high availability. So first thing first, before we jump into high availability options, I wanted to focus on three key things. The first one is where we are going to use these outage scenarios and how best we can go for high availability management. And there are also a little bit of differences within the
outage scenarios, which we are going to discuss within this slide. And the second one, we are going to look at how Microsoft is offering a highly available global infrastructure for us in terms of highly available for your virtual machines. And finally, some of the principles are general rules, which we are going to discuss. Even though Microsoft is offering a global, scalable, and globally high available virtual machine configurations, it doesn't mean that you have everything is readily available for you. You need to do a little bit of configurations. You need to go and follow some kind of general principles. So that's where the general rules comes into it, and we're going to discuss on that. So let's have a look on outages scenarios and what type of outages that we can expect. The first one, definitely unplanned. When we talk about unplanned, it could be unintentionally outage that could caused by your hardware or software failure. And also, if you're trying to understand about the planned outages, we can talk about Microsoft planned outages, or maybe you are doing some kind of a software update, or maybe a software maintenance, or maybe hardware outages as a planned. That all can be done as a planned outages. So these are the things comes in the planned and unplanned. And also, generally for the unplanned outages, you will not have any notice, or you will not have any information that hey, this is going to be unplanned, because that's an accidental thing, or that could be a unplanned purely, right? And when it is a planned, yes, you get the notification, and you can check the service health within the Microsoft Azure portal, or you can check the scheduled events, or you can you yourself, when you're trying to upgrade your one version of your virtual machine series to another high available, then it goes down, so you know that it's going to be planned. Or maybe you are doing the software update, so you know that this software gonna gets updated, so you are taking as the outages. So these are the outages that we need to think about when we talk about the high availability. As the next thing, I'm going to talk about the Microsoft global infrastructure. That's the second point which we wanted to consider, which we wanted to talk on it. So when it comes to the global infrastructure, Microsoft offers a couple of the things. The first thing first, Microsoft has a region. So when we talk about a region, or when we create a virtual machines or other Azure resources, we have to select a location. So it's a common thing that either you are going to use a specific location that might be Australia or Southeast, or maybe Singapore, on which location you might be building your resources within that specific location or region. So for Microsoft perspective, from the Microsoft perspective, we are actually talking about a region. They use a terminology called a region, so they don't say that the country name, but they have their own region names like East US, West US, or South Asia, or Singapore as a different name for their regions. And each of these regions are very well connected with within a defined latency, and it's very well connected, a dedicated network and dedicated data center within that region. And when we talk about a different availability zones within the region, you might have more than two different availability zones. Let's say at least the three in this case, if you see here the east location. So each of them has we can say that a data center. So you have three data centers, and they are connected with very well connected network with a given distance. So it could be some hundreds miles of distance, so that if something goes wrong to these region 1 within this availability zone 1, other two will be available, so it's not going to be a failure of any of the region directly. So that's how they come up, and they say that hey, I have my region is still available even though you lost the availability zone 1. That's how they're going to talk. And also coming back to the physical infrastructure,
So it's a unique physical location within the Azure region, which will help you to protect data center failures. That's how um, we talked about the availability zone in the region. So creating the virtual machine, and when we try to create where region comes. So if you try to create any of the virtual machine by going to the virtual machine and creating, you can actually choose here the option of the region. So this is what the region. So region is a right for you to for the customers, where you need to choose the nearest region for your solution so that your customers can access without any latency. That's how you can choose it. So you have a different regions. If you see here, if I just click on here, so different regions are available here, like Europe and Asia and Canada, US. So different things you have here, and also Microsoft recommends some of the globally scalable regions that have higher scope than other regions to expand. So they also recommend that, and apart from that, you would actually get it as a other, so where you can choose different resources here. So that's how it will be. So now if I create here any of the virtual machine, I would just go to the region, and also I'll say that this is my region. So what happens is all this virtual machine specific components all will be saved in that specific region. So that's how it's going to work. Let's also have a look on the availability options. So when you click on availability, apart from the region, availability is available with the two options. One is the availability zone, other one would be the availability set. When we create availability set for the high availability purpose, you're going to actually focus on two key components, or two key architecture design thing. The first one would be the fault domain, other one would be the update domain. So the last one, update domain, is nothing but if your Windows machine is scheduled for the Windows updates, if it is going to be a restart, your application will definitely not available as the high available. So in that situation, so this machine is going offline just for the Windows update, so the solution goes completely offline for your end users. To protect that, you have an option called update domain. So if you specify 5, that means the 5 virtual machines will be running as a replica in the backend. If one goes down, other one will be always available for you. So that's the update domain, and other one would be the fault domain. So for your power source as well as the network, it's going to be connected in a high available mode, in such a way like when you're deploying on a server, it's not going to be in the same rack, and it would be deployed in a multiple racks, like power connected source might be coming from a south grid, and another grid, maybe a north grid, also power source is connected. So if something goes wrong with the south grid, even though your machine will be connected with the north region power grids, in a such a way it's going to design. Similarly, the physical networking switches also in a such a way it's going to design, which we are going to discuss all these skill set options in the upcoming lectures. But for now, if you want to go through, you can go through this high availability link, which is going to talk about the zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, also FD and UD. That's the fault domain. FD means, and UD means update domain. So if something goes wrong in such a way, they can deploy, so that you are getting high availability in terms of the power failure or virtual machine failure, because it's going to be a cluster computer altogether. So that's the a small overview on the scale set about the high availability option. And if you choose the other option like availability zones, so you can choose here either zone 1 or zone 2, zone 3, so that what happens is, if within that specific zone, the physical public IP address as well as the managed disk will be available, and it gets replicated for other availability zones, so that your applications are available, or the virtual machine is available from another availability zone also. And just to mention that these availability zones as well as the scale sets is not available in all the regions. Let's say if I just scroll down and choose Europe, I will not have this zone for the availability zones, but I do have for the availability set, and I can straightforward go ahead and create for the availability sets, but not the availability zones. Similarly, if I just go to maybe Canada, it might be available, but if I choose something else, it might not be available. The reason being they have not yet scaled their global infrastructure yet, but they might be doing the similar thing with which is available with, for example, these regions which has the availability sets as well as the availability zones. Similar things might come up in the upcoming days. So as of this recording, so that specific region does not have, but we never know if they are going to scope up and scale up actually. So we talked about the creation of the virtual machine for a region. We can choose the closest region and make sure for the high availability. If you're choosing high availability, you need to know about the availability zone and availability set. So availability set talks about the fault domain and update domain, which talks about nothing but a maintenance of a regular maintenance or unplanned outages of a power grid or maybe networking components failover. So then you would be actually choosing the availability set, and the entire virtual machine to be available, then we are going to choose the availability zone with a specific to 1 to 3 zones where the primary availability of your virtual machine should be available, and it gets replicated as we talked in the previous lectures, like this: zone 1 to zone 2, zone 3. It's gonna replicate automatically for you, but you have to specify. So that's what we have discussed here. So you need to specify, you need to design in such a way the architecture that it's going to address all the planned and unplanned outages, so that you are actually utilizing the Microsoft global infrastructure. And let's jump into the PPT from this demo. Now let's talk about the a solution. Like you might be deploying a virtual machine, and that virtual machine might have a backend database. So user is trying to access this virtual machine. If this virtual machine as a front end is available, the user can really able to access, and this solution is deployed maybe in this specific region called East US. So that's good, but it's not really, if you think about, is this a really highly available virtual machine? Definitely it is not the case. The reason being, either Microsoft has their own high availability options, but we didn't use any of them. It's like you spin up a virtual machine on your one dedicated Hyper-V, and it's working fine, but what happen, of course they take care about the networking, all that, high availability, those things are taken care by Microsoft. But if the machine itself goes down for some reason, your application is not really highly available. So that's the problem. So how do we address that? So we need to think about the not just the one virtual machine. We need to think about 3 different components also. One would be the service redundancy. Highly available requires a redundancy for your services. That's what we are talking about now for the highly availability, for service redundancy, and also the traffic which is coming here. So that needs to be distributed properly by using some of the core components which are available within Microsoft Azure as a resource, like application gateway or load balancer. In fact, we have a detailed lectures on these and the different section altogether. You can check out those lectures, but we're just trying to pinch out what kind of traffic or what kind of things we can consider in terms of the general rules as a general principle to make our virtual machines are high availability. I think you can, here what you can do is you can actually distribute the traffic by using maybe application gateway or maybe a load balancer to other virtual machines in the backend which has similar web app, or maybe as a mirrored virtual machines, or maybe scale sets. So you can actually scale in other ways. So these are the options that you have. And also you have the final one, resource management. So this includes our complete health of this virtual machine, what went wrong and why it's not responding, or maybe CPU spike, or maybe data accessed within the disk is high, or maybe networking is high, all that you can actually find out by using the monitoring solutions within Microsoft Azure. So all these things are available in terms of the virtual machine high availability, and you can choose these things. I hope this lecture is really useful for you. Thank you for watching this, and I'll catch you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to learn about Azure Virtual Machines Availability Sets. Availability sets also falls under high availability for your Azure virtual machines. So with using Azure virtual machine availability sets, you can go and create your virtual machines for the highly availability architecture. And within this specific lecture, we're going to talk about two key things. The first one is the fault domain and also update domain. And then we're going to jump into the Azure portal to see an action about the understanding of the concepts that we are learning in this slides, such as the fault domain and update domains. So let's jump into the first thing about the understanding of the Azure virtual machines specific to the availability sets. So when we talk about highly available, we wanted our virtual machines within the data center. We wanted to use the advantage of backend Microsoft global scalable data center to ensure our virtual machines to be available. For that purpose, we can use the availability sets. In the previous lecture, we learned about Azure Virtual Machine at the overview level of the high availability options, and we found that we need to protect against some of the planned and unplanned outages so that our solutions can be highly available mode when we deploy it. So there's no point in having one virtual machine. For example, like in the previous lecture, we talked about the front end and the back end of the virtual machines, and if a fault occurs at the front end or the back end, your entire solution goes offline. So when we are using availability sets, we are actually going to do in place virtual machines that serve the same purpose. So we're not just going to place one machine, we're going to place more than one virtual machine, and that serves the same purpose, but it becomes as the backend availability in terms of the highly available. So we're going to focus on availability, as I said, focusing on ensuring that we have a better control over the distribution of our virtual machines across the underlying physical infrastructure. Because if you take a look at the solution right now, we have three virtual machines that serve the same purpose, but they all are on the same underlying infrastructure, that's a host infrastructure. So do you think that it's going to be highly available? If you just think about that, yes, your concerns might be that, what happens if this is going to be down this physical infrastructure, or you can think in other way. If a failure happens at the power, or maybe you want to take your virtual machine for maybe a software update or maybe a maintenance, what happens? Your solution might not be available as the highly, because if you take some more examples, even the storage infrastructure or hypervisor or networking power and so on, all that are not a completely highly available, because you're actually depending on a one hypervisor and you have three different virtual machines. So this is where Microsoft introduced availability sets to address such kind of physical failovers, so that you get more control. When I say you are going to specify how do you want to control in terms of power connectivity or networking connectivity or hypervisor connectivity, even the storage infrastructure connectivity. You have that control, and Microsoft offers you that in terms of the distributing the load or the virtual machines to spread over to a different host infrastructure, so that it's going to be spread across the infrastructure with a high availability mode. That's where we are going to talk about the availability sets that serves the actual purpose for us. So within that, what actually it's going to do is, instead of just a single piece of infrastructure, we can actually distribute our virtual machines across different infrastructure, and hopefully we won't go offline at the same time, because a fault may happen at a single fault in a piece of infrastructure, and that helps us. We know that virtual machines are distributed across that different physical infrastructures, and so there's much better chance that the entire solution isn't going offline for us, and this is going to be actually protecting against an entire region going offline even. And we are actually talking about here the faults within our infrastructure of our data center. And now if you look at the physical faults that we need to protect against, could be, remember that when we talk about the fault, it can be a planned or there could be unplanned outages. So Microsoft do need to perform some kind of platform updates to ensure that your solution does remain online, it remains up to date, and also offers you new features that are coming up as introduction to your infrastructure and so on. So to happen all that things as a maintenance, that might be we can say that it's planned outages. And when we look at high availability sets, we are not just protecting against the hardware failures, we are also protecting against the outages that may result a result from Microsoft side to ensure the updates and the maintaining underlying infrastructure up to date. So there are two concepts that needs to be talked at this point of time. So the first one would be the fault domain, other one would be the update domain. So let's talk about at this point of time fault domain. So when we configure our availability sets within Microsoft Azure portal, when you are trying to create a virtual machine, so we need to specify number of fault domains that we wanted to use as our availability set. So like if we want to have the availability of your fault domain, you can go up to 3 of the fault domains. So what does it mean is, remember that we are actually talking about having a separate piece of infrastructure. Yeah, so when we talk about a separate infrastructure, the fault domain itself referred to as a common source of a failure. So that might be a power or networking or storage and so on. So what we're trying to do is, whatever the virtual machine is going to create, that actually we can say that 3 fault domains are allowed. That means it's actually gonna spread into 3 different physical servers. So if one virtual machine goes down just because of a fault happen on a physical infrastructure, it could be a hardware like a storage or networking or power, then your other 2 infrastructures are still running. So that's where the fault domain works. So just wanted to explain the same thing with a different example. So you have splitted the same virtual machine to spin up in the backend automatically. All you have to do is you have to tell that how many fault domains you wanted to use. So you can go up to 3 fault domains. So when you specify 3 fault domains, if you see here, so what happens is the VM1, VM2, VM3, like that total VM6 are created. So what happens, this VM01 was created and it was placed on a 0. That's a 0 is one of the physical server, and VM2 was deployed on a other fault domains, additional physical server. Similarly, VM3 on a one more physical server. And what happened, VM4 again, since we know that only 3 fault domains, it's again placed the same on, very similar to the VM01 place it has placed. Similarly, it's going to work on up to 3 fault domains. So that's what are the fault domain. So fault domain refers as the physical failure of your common failure, for example hardware of your power or networking, storage. All these could be your fault domain failures, and this could be allowed as a maximum 3. Whereas the update domain is a normal maintenance. So what happens is, you might be your Microsoft as your infrastructure wanted to update, maybe patching or something like that, or maybe you are doing a server maintenance of one of the virtual image, and then you can actually take that machine as offline also. But in the backend, all these total other if VM01 goes down for a maintenance of updating software patches, the other 5 VMs are available still, and these are available for you to communicate with your end users. And this is a logical grouping of your infrastructure, so that when you are actually restarting, it doesn't restart all at once. So one by one it gets restarted. If you have 6 virtual machines, let's say, after VM01 patch, it's going to patch VM02 and then VM03, something like that. One by one it gets patched, or one by one go for a maintenance and it will come up. So once other machine comes up, then the next virtual machine goes for the maintenance, and the maximum of 20 update domains you can create it. So when you create, when you just go back to the availability sets, you will have a picture very similar to this of the fault domains and the update domain, where it is placed. All that information you can easily find out. Let's jump into the Azure portal to create an action. You have 2 options to create, either when you're trying to create a virtual machine, for example, by going to the virtual machine, and when you try to spin up any of the virtual machine, you can actually create a availability set. So directly from here, availability options, you can choose the availability set, and here you need to actually create, or you create directly by selecting availability set here. That means it's going to actually set and it's going to create for you availability set here, and you can choose that created availability set from here. So let's try to create directly from here. As the first, what we do is first we create the availability set and then pull your virtual machines to make part of that availability set. So I'm going to create availability set here by searching here, and I'm just going to create add availability set here. I'll just choose my resource group and name of my instance. So this is the name of my availability set. So I can say that my availability set, or maybe 01 for each years. Again, I'm gonna see that how many of your fault domains is needed. So as we talked, maximum of 3 you can choose, and for the update domains you can go up to 20, and you can choose the number of updates. So in my case, I'm just going to choose 4, just to show you as a demo. So once you have defined your fault domains and update domain, then are you going to use the managed disk? So the managed disk also, it's automatically replicated. So yes, it's going to align for ARM model, and then I'm going to choose the advanced. So this is where the proximity placement. So proximity is gonna group all your Azure resources physically closer together in the same region, so that there will not be any latency, network latency, and also you get the optimum network through output by placing all your proximity of within that location, so that all Azure resources. So you can, if you want, you can create that, but we didn't create it as proximity placement groups earlier. So I'll just go to the tags and reviewing, and then I'm going to actually create it. So what happens now, it's going to create this availability set inside my demo resource group. So I'll just click on create, and it has created availability set now. So if I just go back to creating virtual machines, I would be able to actually use this availability set. I'll just click on new virtual machine creating, and I'll choose my resource group as demo, and I'm going to give here my VM name as VM01 if you see here, and each year's, and in the availability options I'm going to actually pull my availability set here, which we created as A01. That's the availability set 01. Or if you want to create directly when you're creating a virtual machine, you can simply create a new, so that actually it's gonna start your wizard. You can give maybe example A02 example in this case, and number of fault domains and update domains. You can choose it, and that would actually going to create right from here. So you have two options that we talked. So in our case, we have already created as a availability set initially, and we're going to use that availability set called A01, and the image I can choose whatever the image I wanted. So in my case, I'm just going to choose the one image, maybe 2019 data center, and I'll just choose the any of this pricing, and then I'll give my user ID in this case and the password, so that it's going to create a normal VM. I'm not going to do any additional things here. If you look at, so all I have done is I just informed when I'm creating this virtual machine, hey, you go and use that availability set. That's it. So what happened, it's gonna choose in the backend that availability set. Now the virtual machine got created, and if I just go back to this virtual machine for high availability or scaling, and this virtual machine is already associated with availability set called A01, and you can see here the default domain is 0 and update domain also 0. Since we just pinned up one virtual machine, it has distributed to 0 and 0. Let's also create some more virtual machines. I'm gonna pause this entire video and I'll come back to you by creating maybe 5 different virtual machines like VM0, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this fault domain and update domain gets changed, and then we can have a look on it how this is going to be really highly available for us. So I'm going to pause this video recording and I'm going to create one more few of the virtual machines and continue from there. I'm spinning up the virtual machines in the backend, and if you see here, a few of the virtual machines already got created and remaining are in process. So the steps are quite same. I didn't actually choose in anything else like the VM01 how the way I created. Similarly, I'm also creating total 6 virtual machines. And post to that, if I just go back to my availability sets and select my availability set, and if I just go and check it here, the overview or maybe the virtual machines, you would be able to see here the number of actual configuration as per the configuration. If you see here, we have selected 3 fault domains and 4 update domains, and now we have total 5. So the different number will come. Why when I say different number, the first one got placed into fault domain 0 and update domain 01 and 1122, but when it comes to 3, because we've specified only 3 fault domains and 4 updates, so once this limit is crossed, it's going to place in different places like 01 or 02 or maybe 02 or 01 or 12 or maybe 22, something like that. So that would actually explains for us it's not going to be a single fault failover. Let's say why we are talking about this is, if you think that if you just created this VM01 the same way without specifying this availability set, what could have been happened is VM01 to VM06, all these virtual machines could have been placed in one hardware physical infrastructure. There are high possibility, and then if that goes down, all these virtual machines goes down. So how do we protect that? We can protect by creating availability set and specify the number of fault domains and the number of update domains, and then when you create the virtual machines, Microsoft will ensure that it's not going to place all these virtual machines on a single hardware. Instead, it will be distributed in terms of the 3 fault domains and 4 update domains. That's a plan, so that you are actually getting high availability of your virtual machines. So let's wait for a second to get all these virtual machines which are into the process of creating, and once it is created, we can actually do the refresh. So I have actually created all these, so let me do a quick refresh to see the status. If you see here, till the 3 virtual machines, it's actually placed almost the same, but from the 4th and 5th, it is actually placing a different infrastructure altogether, or different physical servers. So that way, let's see, if VM01 has impacted with 0 fault domain, that means what happens is the physical infrastructure, we refer for the physical infrastructure when we talk about the fault domain, right? So maybe if that goes down, wherever you have a 0 only gets impacted. So in this case, VM01 and VM05 gets impacted. The reason being, these two were placed on the same infrastructure, but the rest of the three machines were, that's a VM02, VM03, VM04, were placed on a different hardwares. So we were actually covered the unplanned outages. So that's where fault domains used. And similarly, for the hardware maintenance or the software maintenance, if any planned activity is going to happen, if you place the update domain in a proper way, it's going to actually save your virtual machines, because it's not going to impact all of them. It's going to impact only one. Let's say if it's a 0, then again VM01 and VM04, in this case it's going to impact it for the software maintenance. And whereas if you see here the 3, it's just going to impact the VM05. So that's where you are actually splitting the accidental or unplanned outages with the fault domain, also for the planned outages with the update domain. That's where you can actually configure the high availability sets. This is very useful in terms of creating for planned and unplanned outages for your applications or that are hosted on your virtual machines. Going to be used this fault domain based, and this would be really gives you high availability. And I hope this lecture is useful. Make sure that you check out the link that has been provided within this lecture. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about Azure Virtual Machine Scale Sets. So let's first understand about what exactly the scale set. Scale sets will help you to create and manage a group of load balanced VMs. When I say load balanced, it's going to be replicated of the same virtual machine. So you have the front end one single virtual machine, but in the back end you have multiple scales of the same virtual machine. So it's not the same wizard that you create a virtual machine. Instead, you should be going back to Azure portal to create as a different wizard for creating these virtual machines as a scale sets. So the advantage of this is it can automatically increase or decrease based on the defined profiles, or based on that profiles are basically defined on based on the availability or the performance. Let's say you are running a weekend sale or maybe a year-end sale like a Black Friday or maybe Christmas sale, and then your virtual machines might get some kind of heavy load. In that situation, it will automatically scale your virtual machine from 1 to maybe 100 or maybe 1,000 in case if the load is high. So it can automatically scale up, and also if there was no load, it can automatically scaling down also. So all that can be done automatically for you with the help of virtual machine scale set. So you have option for the scaling and scale out options also built in with 3 different profiles that can be configured, like a general or maybe a fixed schedule or maybe a recurring schedule. Let's say it should only scale in between maybe a weekends or maybe every Friday sale. Something like that can be configured. So that's the advantage that you have with the scale set. So far we understand based on the business case, but let's understand why we have to create these virtual machines. So here I have mentioned 4 different use cases. So the first one is easy to create and manage multiple VMs. So of course, that might be easy to create and manage multiple VMs, but what's the use and what kind of purpose we are going to create a multiple virtual machines? Let's say you are looking for having a consistency and reliable performance of your applications with a VM size and disk configuration. Application installation should be there within that image, and then you would be going for
creating a scale set. And also with the scale set, all the instances that are created from your base image, that means you can either choose from a marketplace, or you can actually pull and have your own customized image. Let's say you created complete a VM, and then you convert that VM as the one of the image. That means that VM will have all the application patches, everything is available. So what happens is, within the scale set, you simply allocate that image. It uses that image to automatically spin up based on the required virtual machine. So you have a consistency. And also you can use the scale sets, load balancer, even application gateway can be used. If you look at, we talked about in different lectures on the networking section, might be on application gateway, which works for layer 7 traffic to be distributed along with the TLS terminations. And for the layer 4 traffic, we talked about the load balancing solution. So that also can be integrated within this scale set. So you have a public IP, and in the back end you can attach these scale sets. So if one virtual machine is overloaded, it automatically spins up with the advantage of this auto scaling, and then that would take the load with the help of Azure load balancer or maybe application gateway, based on the configuration or the design that we are going to perform. So the second one would be the provides a high availability applications for resilience. So why and what is that? It means if one of these VMs has some problem, or customers continue to access your application through one of other VM instance, with a minimal interruption will be there, and the new upcoming users will go and communicate with another virtual machine which is already placed in the high availability zones, to automatically distribute these VMs within this scale set with a single data center or across multiple data centers. So you have that flexibility, and also if you look at it, it will allow your applications to automatically scale as a resource on demand changes. When I say resource on demand, let's say your existing VM instances might be overloaded with the CPU utilization of maybe a 70%, then we can spin up automatically some of the virtual machines. Let's say 5 more virtual machines can be spun automatically, and wait as a cooling period, maybe 5-10 minutes, and see if the load of that virtual machine CPU is going down. That's fine. If not, you can spin up some more to cool down that. And once the load is completely low, there's no point that you are going to build for all those virtual machines, right? So you can scale out, and that means you can reduce the virtual machines automatically. So there's no interruption, or there's no manual configuration on this, or you are going to attach some more virtual machines or something like that. It does on its own. So you have that option that's called auto scaling, which we are going to do it as a demo, and post to this introduction of virtual machine scale sets. And coming back to the other one, works at large scale. Yes, it's going to support, as we talked beginning of this lecture, it can go even 1 to 1000 VM instances. Let's say you want to have a create your virtual machine maybe up to 1000 of the similar images, you can do it. But that's a limitation, that if you are trying to use your own image, your custom applications created OS image, then you have a limitation of 600 instances. But that's again, it's a huge actually for spinning up 600 different virtual machines. So let's also talk about a little bit of difference if you're quite not sure still about the scale sets versus virtual machines. Let's have a scenario based understanding. So let's see, if you want to add additional instances, so what you're going to do is you're going to actually create in the virtual machines manually. Where is the virtual machine scale set? It's going to happen automatically with the help of auto scaling. And when it comes for the traffic balancing and distribution, it's going to be a manual process to create a configuration of your Azure load balancer and application gateway, as we talked earlier, layer 4 and layer 7 level of traffic distribution can be done on your virtual machines, and this is going to be a fully manual process. But if you're using the virtual machine scale sets, it's purely automatic, and all you have to do is you have to integrate your load balancer or your application gateway, and it does the job automatically, and it can route the traffic to your application gateway, and then from there to a proper machine or proper VM instance, it can route the traffic. And for high availability and redundancy, yes, you can choose the high availability sets, like high availability sets can be created manually, and you need to distribute and track the VMs across the availability zones. But with the virtual machines scale set, it is fully automatic. So when we talk about the virtual machines, the previous lectures, what we learned, like availability sets and availability zones or regions, all that are fully integrated with the help of a virtual machine scale set. So it can automatically distribute of your virtual machine instances across availability zones that you have, and also for the availability sets. Now, when we look at for the scaling of virtual machines, you need to actually scale the manually by doing the Azure monitoring and Azure automation help. With that help, but here virtual machine scale set, it's going to be either auto scale or manual scale. You have the two options in fact, but if we go for auto scale, it does automatically based on the similar monitoring. But here what happens is, here we're going to use a metrics. Let's say the CPU metrics of average of maybe 10 minutes if the CPU is still at 70% utilization, or maybe disk utilization is more for the last 10 minutes, or maybe 30 minutes more than 70%, then you're going to spin up automatically virtual machines with the help of auto scaling. So that kind of things can be configured with the help of virtual machine scale set. So let's jump into the proper demo, and we'll have a look on how to create Azure virtual machine scale set, and then we'll also put some kind of load on one of the virtual machine, and let's see will that really spin up additional virtual machines or not. So
hello there, welcome back. In this lecture we're going to learn about Azure virtual machine scale set. To create the virtual machine scale set, you can either search here as Azure virtual machine scale set. Later on, click on add button so that you can create your virtual machine scale set. As a first step, you can add here your resource group. If you don't have, you can create one new one, and then you can fill the basic information. For example, in my case, I'm just filling here the virtual machine name as in my case, maybe I can give as a VM years. So what would happen is, post to this name, it's gonna add a lengthy of other prefix. It just adds the some random number like 001 or something like that, and then it's gonna create a different set of VMs altogether. So I'm just gonna select here VM years, and then the region as ECS, and also for the availability zones I wanted to choose zone 1 and 2. And for the image, in this case I can choose here my existing image as Windows Server as 2019. If you have your own images, you can also select, and if you select that, the limitation is 100. And if you use any of these images which are listed here, which are coming from marketplace, you can go for 1000 VMs as a scale set can be configured. And now I'm gonna fill the very basic things like the size and the username and the password, all that very basic. So I'm just gonna quickly enter all that information, username and password. If I have anything, I can add my Azure licenses. And coming back to the disks, yes, I wanted to have one additional disk to be added. Let's say I wanted standard SSD of 32 GB. I can choose, and this 32 GB is going to add as the D drive with read write host cache enabled. And coming back to the networking, which is very important here, I'm going to actually choose here, if I don't have any of the VNet already created, I'll select one. Otherwise I can create by clicking on a new virtual network and give it a meaningful name. and this is where you can choose your subnet, all that. And very important point would be load balancing. And if you do not have any load balancing, then accessing of these virtual machines will be difficult in terms of because these virtual machines definitely you might be creating in terms of considering either back-end or front-end solution. So it's better you will have some kind of Azure load balancer or application gateway. You will have it. So in our case, I'm gonna actually demonstrate with the load balancer. So I'm gonna create by following this widget. I don't want to create as a separate NLB first and then attach it. If I do that, I'm actually gonna face an issue. Let's say if I want to scale up, so this VM set or VM scale set, let's say for the VM1 and the VM2, the natting of the different ports automatically doesn't happen. So I'm gonna choose the automatic option. For that, I'm gonna actually choose here as a yes. And then the normal information, like for the load balancing name, I can give here by giving a proper name, like I can say here the same IP address or something like that, so that with this specific name I should be able to access from anywhere. If at all I have some kind of web application, I should be able to browse from this URL if I try to open from my browser. So then backend pool, I can give a proper name like a backend pool or something like that as a name, so that I know that the backend pool is gonna create. And coming back to the initial instance count, I can give here. And for the scaling, I'm going to choose actually manual or maybe custom. Let's see, custom. So manual, what happens is just a 1 or 2. So scaling is based on the VMs. Let's say this specific VM when it was created. If the CPU, the first initial count is just the one CPU, one machine. That's a one virtual machine, and a maximum up to you can scale up to 10 machines to anywhere 1000. So if it's a marketplace, 1000, and if it is your customized image, you can go for up to 600 somewhere. And then the scale out is how that's going to happen is if the CPU threshold is reached to 75% of last 10 minutes continuously, it is staying at 75%, then it's going to spin up one additional virtual machine and wait for some time, maybe another additional 10 minutes, let's see. And if the cooling of this CPU goes down, that's fine. Otherwise, if this virtual machine also getting the newly created virtual machine also getting this similar load, it's going to spin up another virtual machine. So that's how it's going to scale up. So it's going to add 1 plus 1, 1 plus 1 based on the number which you define here. And coming to the scale down, let's say there was no load. So you can define if the CPU percentage going down to 25%, then what you do is reduce by one virtual machine slowly. So the newly created virtual machine or whatever based on the policy, it's going to actually delete the rest of those similar identical virtual machines. That kind of configuration you can do it. So this is where the scale policy, which comes as the you can delete from the fault domain Azure. Based on that, there are 3 different policies you have. You can do it. We're going to talk in the upcoming lecture. So remaining things are very similar except the health, which you can do it just to monitor the health. So let's create this scale set. So when I click on create, it's going to create in a minute or so. So let's take a minute to pause or fast forward. Maybe, yeah, it's got created now. And now if I go back to this virtual machine scale set, I should be able to see the number of virtual machine scale set at this point of 2. Might be we added as a 1 initial, so it should be actually ideally 1, but when it was creating, if it found that CPU percentage is spiking, it might be created 1 additional. So that might get automatically deleted even after some time, so it's not that. And to connect it, if you see here, this is a public IP I should be using. But let's say within this instance, you might have maybe 10 instances. How do you connect with a single public IP? The reason being, or the idea would be, in the back end actually NLB was connected, right? So you configure the NLB. So for the NLB, there's a NAT, and within that, automated rules will be created with this public IP. For each of these instance, there is additional port will be created. So that port gets mapped with this public IP. So all you have to do is when you open MSTSC, you need to enter this IP address and the port of the NAT from your NLB. That's what you have to do it. And for scale up, again, you have an option for the manual as well as the custom scaling. So we have to go for the custom scaling so that you have you can basically configure 3 different profiles. One would be the default profile, which was created already with in terms of the CPU average with a 75% of the CPU spike, and instance count is increased by 1. That's a scale out. And coming for the scale in, it's gonna actually scale in of one virtual machine. It's gonna cool down. That's a cool down for 25%. That's what it was configured. And the maximum of the virtual machine spike can happen up to maximum 10, and the default count is just the 1, and the minimum is the 1 what it was configured in the default. Let's say you want to have one more also. What would happen? So you have to click on additional scaling plus add within the custom, and then you can go for scaling. So let's say now I want to connect to that instance. What I have to do is I have to go to my NLB and load balancing. That's my NLB, and then inbound NAT. If you see here, I have 2 different virtual machines with a different ports. So with this IP address, the NAT is happening on a port called 5002. If I just click on this specific one, I'll actually come to know what exactly the port, because this is actually coming from a name, but not exact the port. So if you see here, this port is mapped to 3389 port as a NATing is happening. So what I'm gonna do is I'll just click on my MSTSC, and then I'll enter this IP address with this port, custom port, and I should be able to log in, and I should be also see the virtual machine basically. So I'm gonna enter the port as 50,002, and then I should be able to 5002 the port. I should be able to log in, and definitely it might not connect because you need to configure your NSG. So I'm going to configure the NSG to allow the specific port range. Let's say 20 machines I wanted to provision, so I just wanted to allow, and also the port 3389 just to connection to be happen, but you don't need 3389, just a port is needed, one port. That's a 500012, whatever the 10 machines, if so 10 machines port should be there. So the virtual machine got connected successfully. So what I'm going to do as a next step is, and if I see here I have 2 virtual machines, but in the backend pool is connected all that, and if I just expand here the backend pool, I should be able to see the 2 virtual machines. Let's say if the 2 instances are triggered, or maybe 10 of them, then you would see 10 different IPs of the private and different ports on different instances will run from your scale set, because the scale set is using this NLB, and availability zones also automatically sets for you. And now as a next step, I'm gonna actually configure the auto scaling as we talking earlier. We configure the default one. Now I'm gonna show you how we can configure other scale sets with other options that you have. So we configure the rules like 75% by default of the CPU time with the 10 minutes of average time. Then it's gonna hike one virtual machine of count. So that's what we have done. Similarly, even the cooldown also we configure for 1 virtual machine. Now let's have a look on the scale out. If you want, you also have different options like sum of the CPU percentage, all that options also you have, and that's gonna for entire scale set. So that's fine. I can drag and drop even my CPU percentage, and then the value gets automatically changed here within this matrix threshold. And I can specify the timing duration of how much time it should be there, the cooling, and also I can increase by the count and the percentage and also increase count to straightforward to maybe 10 virtual machines or something like that. Even the decrease count also can be configured. So that's about the scale out. Now let's have a look on the scale in. So that's nothing but the reducing side. So let's have a look on. So if the CPU percentage is 25%, that's lesser than the 25%. For last 5 minutes, reduce the count by 1, and that's instant count is going to be 1 will be reduced. That's how it's going to do. So you can configure very similar these kind of configurations. So that's a default profile. Now we're going to create one more profile by clicking add a scale condition. So this is where you can even rename this. Let's say I want to rename maybe in this case maybe a fixed one or something like that. I can do it, and I need to actually configure here the rules. So the rule is, let's say I want the similar thing I'm going to configure, but I might want it to go for, since it's a fixed, let's say I wanted to go for a date based. So I can give here 80% of the greater than that, and then on a specific time zone I can configure. So that's a scale out, and this is scale in. Once I've done that metrics, I'm going to actually configure the instance limits and time zone. So the time zones, let's say I want to automatically these settings should happen on maybe within this specific date and time. Let's say this should happen from December month because of the Christmas sales, and then I'm expecting this should happen on this time, maybe this to December to January between so and so time. And that's about the fixed one. Now let's say it's going to be recursive. How do you configure? So for that I may have one more scale set option, and here also I'm going to create the add rules very similar the way we wanted, and I'm going to give a recurring scale profile this time, and I'm going to add the rule the way I wanted, like average or sum or last, whatever it is, just to give you an idea. You have multiple options for the scale in, scale out, but this is where actually you can configure the repeated on a specific days. Like maybe my web application which was hosted offering maybe good sales as a discounts, maybe running on a Monday and Fridays, then you might be expecting a load. So in that situation, it's a good to use the repeated based on a specific days or a time. Let's say last months of so and so dates, something like that can be configured based on the time zone on all of them. So I'll choose here maybe similar to IST, and then the timing maybe 6 a.m. to maybe 6 p.m. and that's how I can configure. So these are the scaling options. So I'll just go with the default thing. So I'm not gonna save it, so I'll just delete, and I'll show you in the default configuration by changing it, because that's easy for us to demonstrate here at this point of time. We don't need to do multiple things. So here, if you see here 75% and 10 minutes countdown, I did change actually this to 5 minutes. So it's going to monitor 5 minutes of if the CPU is spiked on 75% or more than that. Then what it's going to do is it's going to actually increase a count of 1 automatically. So that's the idea. So let's see what we can do is now scale period, also scale out and scale in. So it's going to decrease by 1, and the minimum is 1 virtual machine. So I'm going to save it. So let's see my instances. I have currently 2. It's going to delete 2. If you know why it's going to delete one of them, would be definitely because we said that at least the minimum is the, so we have it too. So maybe it's just spiked up the CPU. That's why it got 2 got created. If the CPU percentage goes down, automatically 1 gets wiped up. So that's interesting. So I will actually go ahead and connect to the virtual machine automatically with my NLB. So I'll just go to the resource and NLB, and I'll just copy the IP address of the virtual machine and the port. So in this case, the port should be the 3, if I'm correct, or 2 or 3. Yeah, that's a machine which I have connected. And I'm going to download a software called Availablity, which would actually useful in terms of testing if you're trying to test the CPU load by putting some kind of stress on the CPU to take a lot of CPU power, this is the best tool. So this got installed now. So I'll just run that tool straightforward. If you see my task manager performance, the current CPU is just below 10%. So when I click on run with a continue, so it says a 3D graphics card is not available. That's fine for us. And you see here the CPU is going to 100% of the CPU spike. So currently it's just a one virtual machine what we have. If I refresh also, just a one, and the time is just a 5 minutes now. So from the last 5 minutes I'm running. I'm still the virtual machine not yet got created. So the last 5 minutes we have been putting the stress on the virtual machine. Still nothing has been created. Now it's just started. The two virtual machines got getting created because it's a 6th minute which has happened here. So in any of the point, it's just gonna settle with one more virtual machine because we gave it as with only add as a one additional. So I'll just also try to connect to that virtual machine, and let me put one more time stress on that virtual machine also. So in that situation, what would happen is definitely it should gonna spin up one more virtual machine or more than that. So it all depends. So I'll just simply copy paste that heavy load application on this virtual machine, or maybe let's download. And if you see, the hard disk also got connected from the disk management. And what I'll do is I'll simply copy that tool on this virtual machine. And you see here one more also getting created because when I actually run on that second virtual machine also, it's been more than 5 minutes or so. So now additional virtual machines got also created here. That's the additional instances we can see, and that's good. So coming back to the disk, so this is a 32 GB disk got created automatically for every machine. And for the operating system, you can see complete details and the user ID. And if you are using any of the on-premises license as a hybrid, you should be. And if you want to change the size of that scale sets, you can do that. Coming back to the configurations, you can do the configuration if you want to change that to automatically update instances. You can do that. So you have all these options. Even you can check the metrics in terms of the CPU and all that. So this is very common of bleed options that you have with any of the Azure, and that's good. I think we have covered everything within this Azure machine scale set. That's good. So it's still running, and for the cooling period, it's gonna delete. If you see here, it's got deleting because I have stopped the heavy load application. So in a minute, it's gonna actually completely delete all those virtual machines, and it will end up with only one. Coming back to the scale policies, you also have here the policies that can be followed in order to reduce the virtual machines count. How do you want to delete? You want to delete by balancing the fault domain and regions and availability zones, all that. Or maybe the old virtual machine which was created, or just the recent VM which was created as an instance. And you can check the run history. So this actually talks about how many times it's a scale up and the scale down was happened, and all that information you can find out here in detailed information. So that's good. And if you are looking for anything to notify for your admins, let's say if the scaling is happening, then you can put alerts. And for the diagnostic to collect the logs to your storage account, all that can be done from here. That's all about this lecture. I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to learn about Azure dedicated host. When we talk about a dedicated physical host that can be offered from Microsoft Azure, so that you can create a different type of Azure virtual machines, let's say maybe Windows or Linux, all that can be created. So that's what we're going to learn. So the Azure virtual machines can be created on a dedicated host.
That's nothing but a physical server that can host one or more of your virtual machines, and your server is completely dedicated to your company, and it's not going to share it. And whatever the virtual machines you are going to create, that is completely isolated, because it's going to be a purely a dedicated physical box, and the capacity is not shared with any of other customers. And this host level isolation helps addressing compliance requirements. Let's say if I talk about the compliance, maybe you might have a compliance standard that your company might be storing health information or top secret government data, or maybe some other information that must not be shared with any other infrastructure. In that situation, you are going to actually use the dedicated host, and the pricing is completely different for this dedicated host, because on top of your physical service, you're going to actually create your own a virtual machine. So let's see what are the components that we have when we try to create the dedicated host. So we have three different things we need to learn. The first thing would be the dedicated host, which we talked already. It's like a physical server which is going to be provisioned within the Azure data center for you, so that you can create on top of this host a number of virtual machines. So when we talk about the virtual machines, these virtual machines can be deployed on your dedicated host. And last one would be the host group. So host group is nothing but you are actually, when you create a grouping, it will be used a kind of logical grouping, and it will help you in terms of the region, and their availability control can be done with the help of the host group. So when you create the dedicated host, you have to actually first create the logical grouping of something called host group. So we're going to do that all within the demo of this lecture, but let's understand what exactly the dedicated host, how it looks like, the architecture. Let's say you have the Azure data center here, and on top of it you might be getting a physical server, or within this physical server you can spin up as many as virtual machines that are depends on the capacity of your physical server. And if you have more than one or two, definitely you can group them, and you can tie that entire group with something called a host group. And why we do this is so that when we do the host group, maybe let's say you're creating in an East US location, you are dedicating in that location for that specific region. So it's a grouping of logical. Let's say your business application, you want to define some kind of logic group to stick to some region, then you're gonna definitely have to have something, a logical grouping. So that's where the host group would be used. So if you think about what's the major difference with the normal Azure data center virtual machines or Azure VMs with this host dedicated. So within the Azure data center, you have actually a shared virtual infrastructure, or the physical infrastructure would be shared. Let's say this is a physical server of a great capacity physical server. On top of it, maybe you are getting the first virtual machine here, but some other customer might be spinning up and creating another VM. So because you are actually sharing the physical server infrastructure, but whereas a dedicated, it's physical server itself is dedicated for you, no matter whether you are gonna spin up the capacity. Maybe this physical server capacity can be spin up maybe 10 VMs, let's say, and you spin up only 5. It doesn't matter, it's gonna charge for you the based on the physical capacity, definitely, because it's going to be a dedicated host for you. Whereas here you're actually charged for the VM capacity. That is also, if it is delocated, you're not going to charge except the storage. But here within the dedicated, you're going to actually charge for the dedicated infrastructure, because you're actually taking everything as a dedicated in this dedicated scenario. So that's all about the dedicated. Let's jump into the quick demo to demonstrate how to create, and then also we can check out the pricing also. So first we will go with the pricing. If you see here, this is a pricing of your dedicated. So within this dedicated pricing page, you can actually choose whether you wanna go for what kind of pricing. Let's say I want to go for USD. So when you create any of the virtual dedicated hosts, you have to choose what type of the physical server you're going to choose. Let's say you remember that, when we talked about creation of the virtual machine, we used to use the DS4, DS3, a kind of, VM host series, right? Similar thing here, you need to, choose what kind of a physical server that's you're going to, use. That's nothing but a dedicated host. So based on that, the pricing depends. If you see here within this pricing calculator, you see here DSV3 type 2 is gonna charge you anything from 1,200 bucks per month, and again here this is for the 3 years reserved. And if you go for pay as you go model, it's going to charge you 3,000 plus, and the number of available CPUs and the available RAM you're going to list it, and based on that you're going to take that specific dedicated machine. To create dedicated machines, you can actually search from the computing, or you can type as a dedicated, then you'd be getting from the marketplace a dedicated host. So when you click on that, this is a wizard, you're gonna get it. So in my case, I have currently the limitation of the pricing, so I cannot demonstrate full demo, but I'm gonna actually give you a deep dive of 45 minutes complete video directly from Microsoft, and just check out that video which was available within this lecture in the resource section. Thank you for watching this. This is the video which I'm talking about. You can check out this specific lecture, and we can go through this lecture. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. In this short lecture, we're going to learn about how best we can encrypt our managed disks which are attached to your virtual machines. It's really important that you must have to encrypt your disks, because these disks are stored somewhere within your Microsoft infrastructure. What if Microsoft infrastructure itself is compromised? Might not happen, definitely, but who knows? Just from our security point of view, we need to encrypt all the data that is already available. So what we can do is we can enable BitLocker to encrypt the entire disk. So for the Windows machines, that's what we can do. And if it is Linux machines, you can go for DM-crypt, which is a Linux distributors who are going to use these kind of encryptions. So within this demo, what I'm going to do is, if you see here, I have a plain virtual machine which I have created. When I was creating, I do get option called SSE with PMK, so I don't want that to happen. That means at the encryption is happening at the client side, which is from the Microsoft side, but what I wanted is it should happen with my own secrets, with my own keys. So for that, what I'm going to do is I would be actually creating a key vault service, and then I'm going to store my virtual machine. If you see here, there are two disks which are there. I did attach it as an E drive, and if I just click on the managed disk and go to encryption, you can see here the default one which I have selected was, while creating the virtual machine, is the encryption at the rest with the platform managed key. That is really managed by the Microsoft Azure and not by us, so it's a default. So what we wanted is, it should manage by customer. That means we need to encrypt with our own secret key so that it's more secure than the Microsoft. So if I wanted to change it, I definitely do not have the secret encryption key at my own place. So what I can do is I can actually create Azure Key Vault service, and then I can attach here. For doing this, what I'm going to do is I'll show you how to create here my Key Vault services. So opposed to that, within the extensions, I would be actually getting here disk encryption key specific extension also going to come up. So I'm going to show you that end of this demo, what I'm going to get it as additional when we go for the disk encryption. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly go and install go and configure and set it up my Key Vault services. So search for the Key Vault services. If you're quite new to the Key Vault services, I have done a couple of demos, not just one demo, because Key Vault is very important in order to secure your other Azure resources. and we did talk a lot in different lectures about the key vault. And this is just to integrate the key vault services to encrypt your disks for your virtual machines. That's what I'm going to do it. So I'm going to create a key vault here as a standard key vault service. So I'll just click on that, and I'm going to choose my resource group, disk encryption, and then I'm going to give a name of my key vault. So that's the name which I wanted to give it. Let's say encrypt, maybe a disk specific one, and then I'm gonna put strict to ECUs, and the tire is a standard tire, and the data it's gonna delete after 90 days. Till that time it's gonna actually save it. And this is very, very important, that if you are choosing here for the disk encryption, you must have to select this option. And if you are trying to deploy your virtual machines from ARM template, in fact we have done a demo. If you look at another lecture, there are a demo with respect to the key vault services. So you can deploy the virtual machine. The user ID and the password can be stored within your ARM template. Within that situation, you should be actually choosing this checkbox. So the importance of this enabling these checkboxes, you are actually enabling the access policy for your key vault. This is going to be additional layer of protection for you. So in our case, I'm going to actually Azure disk and encryption going to enable, and also the ARM, and also the virtual machine deployment with directly from the Azure Key Vault services. So I'm going to take these three things here, and coming back to the policy, we have an option to create a policies where with respect of the key selected, password policies can be configured. Within this, if you are logged on into your Azure portal and you are going to deploy, so that specific user should have the specific key permission. So in my case, I'm gonna take it even decrypt specific permissions also, and also for the backup and recovery, delete, import, create, all that. So I have selected all of that 16 permissions, key permissions, which I can use it. So I'm going to click on next. So if you want to secure definitely the key vault, you might have already learned in the key vault lecture, if this key vault only should work on a specific private node, or maybe specific selected VNets, or it should be available publicly for all the networks. You can choose it. You can limit basically your key vault service. So in my case, I'm just choosing the public. That doesn't matter for me for this demo, but you can design it actually. And once you review the tags and the creation, you can click on create, so that it's going to create your key vault service. We'll fast forward this video in order to create this. So key vault service got created, and within the key vault services, if you see secrets or keys, nothing is there, and you can check out there's no keys, there's no secrets. So opposed to that, you would be getting here a secret which is related to the disk encryption, which you would be getting it later point, and also the access policy. This is where you can actually configure if you want, and also you can choose later point if you want to change anything, you can do it. From the access policy for the networking, again you can choose either public or whatever the networks, and the most important here would be the access policy. This is very important because for this demo you need to configure your disk encryption values, and later point the key vault URI. So this is the URI which is very important. So I'm going to copy this specific URI, because if we want to say that, hey, you go and store the keys, so we are actually giving the key vault URI. So that's why it's very important. So later point, I'm going to actually open up a Powershell from the CloudShell, and if you see here within the shell, actually I'm going to execute two different commands which are important in this case. The first one would be the storing the key vault's value. That's a key vault. I'm gonna define here my key vault. So I'm gonna getting the key vault name called. This is a key vault name, right? And then the resource group. This is the resource group where it is exist. So I have just given all these values, and this is what it does. And here the resource group name. That's it. It's gonna store that key vault specific value. And the second last command which I'm going to use would be the setting the Azure disk encryption where my disk encryption is the resource group exists and my VM. So what I have to do is to set this disk encryption, I need to specify my resource group where my VM is there and what's the VM name, your VM01. I'm gonna say that, hey, you go ahead and do the disk encryption key vault with the key vault value, which is the URI, which was saved as this URI value, and then disk encryption vault ID. So this is where it's gonna create under secrets a specific value. So it's gonna ask me, hey, if you're doing this, it's gonna reboot the virtual machine. Are you okay with that? Yeah, definitely, because we are talking about the disk encryption, so it definitely needs to be rebooted. So it's gonna reboot in a minute or so. I'll pause this video for a minute or so to get this entire encryption to be happen in the backend along with the reboot. And now if you see here, it's encryption is successful, and that indicates that this disk is secure. So what does it mean? You cannot attach this disk to another virtual machine and boot up, because now the operating system and the disk and the logic in the behind is completely has a separate pattern, and that's gonna secure your booting and your entire disk information, also whatever the contents inside of your disk. So that's very important here to understand. So let's minimize this CloudShell and go to let me first maybe refresh this browser so that I can click on the secrets to show you kind of a secret key it has created. So let me click on secrets, and you see here this is a secret, and the BEK, that's a BitLocker encryption key, and this is enabled at this point of time. And we can copy that secret identifier if you want. If you want to see the secret value what was created by BitLocker, you can have a view hide secret view to unhide, and that's it. So it got created for us. It looks good, and let's go to the virtual machine and see. So let me go to the resource group and click on that VM01. And the major difference, if you might have noticed, earlier it was just SSE with BMK, now SSE with BMK and AD. So let me go back to the extensions you have as your disk encryption, which was already installed, and in the backend it is actually tied up with the key vault services. So that's how you're actually encrypting your disk. I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we're gonna learn about the extensions and the configuration management of your virtual machines. As you know, as of now we have created multiple virtual machines, and we know that how to create the virtual machines. But have you ever think about how can we go for a standardization of those virtual machine settings? When I say settings, we are talking about multiple things like applications. Let's say XYZ application should be automatically available when you create the virtual machine, or maybe antivirus, or it should be automatically taken care by backups, or your application settings. Let's say a specific settings must be configured automatically on your virtual machines. Also your operating system settings, or maybe your application monitoring and your infrastructure monitoring. All these things, how best you can actually go for a configuring the configurations. So this is where it actually helps us the extensions, as we have talked a little bit in a different lectures about the extensions. But in this lecture we're going to actually have a look on the extensions. When we go back to any of the virtual machines and you have the extensions here, when you click on the extensions add, you are getting actually different extensions that can be added. Some of them are actually coming from a third party, some of them are a common things, like you can go for a custom script extension to perform some kind of a script that should be doing automatically, might be a batch or maybe a PowerShell script that you wanted to execute on your virtual machine as soon as it's created, or maybe once it is created, when you're working you wanted to automatically execute this specific script without actually you log into the virtual machine, or you can run some kind of PowerShell scripts also. So when we talk about these kind of extensions, this will make our job little easy when we talk about any of these kind of settings that to be automatically configured. This is where Microsoft introduced extensions, right? So within these extensions, there is a dedicated extension called PowerShell DSC or desired configuration. You see here, you have the PowerShell desired configuration. This is nothing but a specific state called desired state, we call it. So within that specific state, the virtual machine always should be available. If not found any of the application, or maybe application configuration or monitoring agent or backup is not configured or anything, it's go ahead and it will be automatically doing that. Of course, for that you need to actually create your script that will actually do all these things. So the script language would be PowerShell. So you're going to actually write a normal PowerShell script, but any standard format called PowerShell desired state configuration, or DSC we call it. So within this format you are going to create it. But let's talk about the real world. In the real world, we have different extensions. When I say extensions, these are from a different companies like Chiv or Puppet for the automation of any kind of configurations that we talked in the previous slide. All these settings or applications can be fully automated with the Chiv or Puppet. And the major advantage with the Chiv and Puppet would be you can actually do from a single console. Whereas with the DSC, you have to do it each machine layer, and these two are considered as the enterprise. In fact, the DSC also, but we see mostly either Chef or Puppet would be used in our enterprises. Let's also talk about the custom scripts for a minute, about the benefits and the drawbacks. When we go back to virtual machines and the extensions, you can actually use the custom scripts also. This is where actually you are gonna show up the where you have your script. So there's no local domain credentials needed when you actually added your custom scripts, and you can directly use these scripts as it is executing in the backend with the built-in agent which is executing on this specific virtual machines. And the major drawback would be for this would be you must have to enable on at each VM level, and also it needs the internet access if you're using any kind of GitHub or a blob storage for scripts. You need to actually show up them, and these scripts can be actually pulled from your storage account or directly from the GitHub, and these are relatively slow in terms of the execution when we compare it with Chef or Puppet specific configurations. So you have these options. So let's focus more into the DSC. This is a sample DSC script. That's nothing but again a PowerShell based, like you see here, this is a configuration which is talking about who is doing or what is doing, and then the node which is going to be a local host, and the features which is going to be installed Windows features called IIS, and it will ensure that whether it is present, and the name is web server. So within this features, whether this is a simple PowerShell script that you can easily understand that Windows features, whether IIS nothing but a web server is present or not. So that's what it's gonna monitor, and that's what it's going to be ensured that it will check for the present option. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, you will be learning about Microsoft Antimalware for Azure Cloud Services and for virtual machines. It's not just for the single virtual machine. Yes, you can manage for the multiple virtual machines with the help of different tools like Security Center, and VM extensions can be used to manage this malware protection. Yes, Microsoft Antimalware for Azure is completely free and real-time protection. You can get it that helps to identify and removes virus, spyware, and any other known or unknown malicious softwares. It generates alerts when unknown, malicious, or unwanted software try to install itself or run on your Azure cloud VMs or Azure services. The solution is built on the previous products that you have already heard, like anti-malware platform for Microsoft Security Essentials, or Forefront Endpoint Protection, or maybe System Center Endpoint Protection, and Microsoft Intune even. And most of you have already heard a product called Windows Defender. So all these
products one and the same closely, the backend engine, and that engine will be used to manage this Microsoft anti-malware for Azure in a single agent solution for applications and for your tenant environment. And it will be, you can go for a design to run in the background without human intervention to protect any of the deployed virtual machines or deployed application workloads, or either securing them by default automatically, or you can go for advanced custom configuration including malware specific monitoring alerts. When you deploy and enable Microsoft anti-malware for Azure applications, the following core features are available. So to talk about, the first one would be the real-time protection, which will monitor every activity within the cloud services on your virtual machines and detects and blocks automatically any malware execution. The second one would be the schedule scans. The schedule scans periodically detects malware, including any actively running programs, with the help of quick scan or full scan on a schedule based. And malware remediation is the next point, which will automatically takes an action on detected malware, such as either you want to quarantine or delete that specific malicious file, or it will clean up altogether, and it will give you the benefit of complete malware remediation by clearing those registries or the physical files and the location. And also signature updates, which you will be getting directly from the Microsoft for the virus definitions to protect known and unknown viruses. And the next one would be the anti-malware engine updates, which is automatically comes again from the anti-malware engine. And similarly, anti-malware updates, you automatically get it very similar to the signature updates. And active protection will be a kind of reports which will give you all the time as a telemetry data about deciding whether threats and suspicious activity going on within your Azure services, to ensure rapid response from evolving threats landscapes, as well as including real-time synchronization signature delivery through Microsoft Active Protection, which is additional service. And also the sample reporting you would be getting, like when you submit anti-malware services, it helps you to find when for the enabling and the troubleshooting purpose. Also exclusions, when you're deploying any of the anti-malware policies or anti-malware, you do have an agent. When you're trying to deploy, you have an option for the exclusions of the files and folders and processes, as well as the drives. But the biggest problem as on date of this recording would be, which is the con side. I can talk, like, you cannot centrally manage for all the machines the exclusions unless you have decided and you try to deploy. Then you can set up a exclusion, but if you want to modify later point, you need to go for each machine and do the exclusions. Of course, you can also do it from the Powershell, but that's what I'm trying to say here. You don't have a central console. Even though you have a deployment console from Security Center, you don't have a managing complete full-fledged policies directly from a single console. So still Microsoft is working on that. We never know when they are going to release. And the next point would be the anti-malware event collection. So it's going to record and it's going to tell you the anti-malware service health and suspicious activities and the remediation action steps that are going to take by the operating system from the event logs, and it collects that specific information and it will send from the storage account also. Let's go by design and flow how this works. So once you install the Microsoft anti-malware client downloads, it actually the latest engine protection and signatures from the platform of the operating system directly from the download.microsoft.com, and then that information writes within the operating system. Either it could be a web role or the server role, whatever the virtual machine. Okay, it simply writes under operating system logs called Microsoft anti-malware event source. So that there's an event source called anti
malware, that's Microsoft Antimalware, as the source will be shown, and that includes the anti-malware client, health state, protection and remediation status, and new and old configuration settings, and the engine signatures and updates, security specific, everything will be get logged into there. And you can enable the even anti-malware monitoring for your cloud services or for your virtual machines to have the entire logs to be written as a pre-configuration for you to produce into your Azure storage account. The anti-malware services use the Azure diagnostic extensions to collect these anti-malware events from the Azure system into tables in the Azure customer storage account, and then that information can be pulled. And you see here you do have the option to enable the Microsoft anti-malware extension for a single machine, or you can also do it from the security center portal. All that kind of configuration can be done. These are some of the default actions that are configuration enable settings, which you can do. For example, enabling anti-malware option, either true, default is none. And also extensions exclusively, you can exclude some kind of extensions like .gif or maybe .text or .log files from the scanning. And also you do have option for the exclusion of the paths, like maybe E colon or C colon, some application path or some application DLL files. In that way you can configure. So these are the configurations you can do. It also for the real-time protection also you can enable or disable, and also you can set this schedule scanning can be enabled, and daily schedule scans and default values of these or the default options. Also you have the monitoring option and storage account specific settings also you can configure here. And these are the default settings that you can configure and are available for you to configure. Now let's jump into the demonstration. Hello and welcome back. In this demonstration, we will be performing Microsoft anti-malware for Azure cloud services, especially for the VMs configuration. We also try for PowerShell as well as how to configure based on the VM extensions, and if you are wanted to deploy on a bulk machines this anti-malware configuration, we will be looking into it. So to begin with that, let's go to the dashboard and the virtual machines here from the blade. So you see here you have two machines. One would be the this v-ud machine name. Other one would be the Linux-Ubuntu. So when I try to deploy anywhere, anytime on anti-malware specific, it's not going to support, since for the Linux or Ubuntu specific, it won't be showing you as required. So I will be showing you first on v-ud. So I'll just go with the extension specific. So how do you do is you'll just go to the extensions, and you see here there is a default Microsoft monitoring agent is there, but not the anti-malware specific. So if you just scroll down a little bit, you do have Microsoft anti-malware, right? So what you do is here to install this specific add-on, you can either create and then give the extensions like which you wanted to exclude here, as well as the exclude the file extensions. So the first one would be, this is a path specific, and this is for the file extensions, and also this is for the processes like outlook.exe or maybe notepad.exe, or some application specific exe files you want to exclude, or child process you want to exclude, you can configure here. And next one would be the real-time monitoring. So the real-time monitoring is nothing but your on-scan specific requirement. So by default it is enable. If you want to configure as a disable, you can do that, but it's not recommended. Always configuring enabling should be the good option. Now for the schedule scan, by default it was disabled. You can enable
to run the schedule scan, and the type of the scan you need to configure. Either you want to configure full or quick, and when to happen. Let's say you want to happen on a Sunday or Saturday, and the scan time. So by default it takes from the 12 a.m. and from there how many hours you want to take it. So that converts into the minutes. Let's say if I give here 120 minutes, that's 2 hours. That means from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. it's gonna run the scan. So this is how you actually install the extension. So if you click on OK, that goes as an extension and it gets installed on that specific VM. And this process is for single VM. But we don't want to do that now, and we wanted to deploy for all the machines. To do that, I need to go for the security center. So how can I go is you can go to the search here and type here as the security center, and you get this. And if you're quite new to this, if you have not yet configured, you can check the configuration part how to do that. And once I have configured the security center, which I can enable at the subscription layer, and it would be charged based on instance and other application based. Now once I open this security center, I get the scoring. So you see here the scoring is very important. And also this specific Windows Defender specific settings, or when I say Defender like anti-malware specific here, you get it under compute and app services. There are multiple things can be managed from the security center, but we are focused within this demo specific to Microsoft anti-malware for Azure cloud services as well as for the VMs. So I'll simply select this specific one, which is a compute, and you see here you do have your multiple things. Out of that I can either search for the malware, then I would be getting, or you see here install endpoint protection as the option. So this is where the install endpoint protection solution on one machine is pending. So either I can click on that to proceed further, so that I can install on one VM this specific option. So I can simply click on that. So you see here it is showing as other servers, like other my Windows servers, where I have already installed, in this case Microsoft anti-malware for these VMs, but I didn't install it on this specific VM just to demonstrate. So that's why if you see here the issue is showing as a resolved for rest of the VMs, but this specific VM, that's the v-ud VM, it's still open and the risk or the severity is showing as the high. So simply select that specific, and you can install, you can click on install on one VM. This is how, if you have a multiple machines, you simply have to take all the checkboxes of the required VMs and click on that button. That would again takes to the same web page which we have done earlier for the VM extensions. So you see here you are getting the again files and locations to be excluded. Let's say I have an application which is maybe on a C drive or D drive, gets installed or it works a path called maybe excluded path or app1, app2, whatever the path you want to completely exclude. So you can give that specific path, and we can validate these paths and the extensions. Let's say when one of the extension, maybe I can say that maybe like .jpg file or some other business specific files or maybe file extensions can be given here. So just for the testing purpose, this is all the demo, so I'm just giving as .jpg, and also excluded process, so that entire thread will be excluded. Let's say if outlook.exe or some other application, a business application, is taking some specific threading is happening, you can give that kind of extension. Say I can give here as outlook.exe or notepad.exe just for the demonstration purpose, but in your case in the real world you may get this information from your application owners who request you to whitelist their extensions and the processes and the application folders. And also coming back to the real-time protection, you can take that checkbox which is a default enabled, and most of the time with my experience, like if you have more than one antivirus, like this specific Microsoft anti-malware is compatible to
coexist with other antiviruses also. Let's say you have another antivirus like Carbon Black. It is compatible, so both antivirus can work on the single machine. In that situation, real-time protection works from Defender also from the Carbon Black also it works. So either way, you can either disable or enable this kind of configuration, which is on scan specific. So any of the file which is running will be automatically scanned and will be treated based on the scoring and virus definitions and the real-time behavior. So now I'll just enable that, and also I'll configure here the scheduled scan. So here the scheduled scans are key. Definitely you have two different types, like a quick as well as a full. So I always I like to go for the quick with the Sunday on 120 minutes, which I say 120 minutes, it's 2 hours starting from the 12 a.m. That means till 2 a.m. it completes the scan. That's how it's gonna run. So post to that, again it will pending, and the next day it gets take the opportunity to complete, and this might take some time. So in my case it took maybe 14 to 15 minutes time, and sometimes you don't get the output also here. All you have to do is just a refresh, and that specific window, if I just go to the again extensions, I will see here as the extension is already got provisioned. And if I go to Security Center and try to check out, definitely that also will be available. So in this extension, it's got completely successfully installed and it's available. Let's go to the Security Center, and from the overview, again, computing, and you can see here the install endpoint protection solution. None is pending. That is in the green. Earlier it was in a red. Now it is currently in green state. So it's success, and we can further drill down to see. So you see here v-ud also has installed, and everything got resolved here. So that's how it's going to work. So let's log into this specific VM and see what kind of configuration is currently affecting. So to do that, I need to go to the VM and just download the .db file to just log into the VM to check out how this looks like. So I'll just run a fast forward state to log into this specific machine. Once it's logged in, I can show you by opening the Windows Defender. So this Defender service is will be available here. If you need further level of any of the customization, you have to come to the each machine and do it, or you can do it from the PowerShell also. I'll just click on the virus and threat protection, and also you see here it is everything is green, right? And you can go for the virus threat protection settings, and you see here real time is protection is enabled, and also you have the controlled access and more extensions. You see whatever we have given, like app data1 or app install .jpg files, and also the outlook.exe and notepad.exe. All these got perfectly configured without touching us anything. So that's good configuration. Now if you want to configure on multiple machines with a custom setting, so this is very special documentation is available for you to download. This is a very old document from 2015 onwards, it's there. So what happens is it's a simple JSON file. If you just go through this entire document, it says that a JSON format file where you need to just to configure specific things, especially like these are the headlines like anti-malware settings, all that. So if you see here within this anti-mal configuration, so the first one would be the extension 1 and extension 2, whether you want to exclude, and the path of drive like C drive or D drive with any of the specific folder and the processes. So what I'll do is I'll simply copy this entire JSON format file or the XML configuration file. I simply take this configuration and save as in a notepad and modify according to your requirement, and save as either JSON or .xml format, and run a PowerShell command to configure on different machines. When I say different, multiple machines, you can configure it. So as a first step, I'll just save this as either XML or maybe JSON format. So once I save this, I'll show you another web link where you can get the configuration directly from the PowerShell. So this is a set command. and you are actually doing like getting the Azure VM specific server name and then the configuration, and then you are setting a policy like Azure specific policy like Azure VM Microsoft Antimalware extension, which we're gonna install along with the configuration. One of the biggest backdrop of this entire configuration is you don't have a central configuration unless you integrate fully with Endpoint Protection Manager or some other tools. But even though you don't have a central tool directly from manage outside of the VMs, so that's where the biggest drawback. Otherwise it works very well unless you're good into managing on each machine or multiple machines, and maybe you can take help like these kind of PowerShell commands to configure those XMLs or JSON file based configurations. And I did actually saved as a .json file, but that's the XML format. But you can also save in it, create a JSON format file, and you can give that also as an input, which works very well with the PowerShell. I will be adding these two URLs within this lecture resource section, so you can please do check that and get more practice on that specific. I hope this entire demonstration is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about how to update your virtual machines within Microsoft Azure Cloud. And this mechanism also works with your on-premises. That means you can manage with the updates for multiple Azure virtual machines as well as for your on-premises computers. The backend of the infrastructure includes your automation account and log analytics services as a combination, and then you would be able to patch almost all possible operating systems. So to begin with that, you can use the update management console to update with the Azure automation, which manages in the backend with some kind of runbooks which will be there, and that would actually triggers on those machines. And also you can manage not just the cloud, you can also manage on-premises machines, and you can quickly assess for the required patches which are required or got installed. All that can be done, and you can enable the update management with multiple mechanisms, not just the one method. So you can do it from the Azure automation account, and also you can do it from the non-Azure machines, that's manual method. Also you can do it from the Azure single machine. That means you can just go to the virtual machine and from the portal, and you can do it. And also you can also do it for by the same thing, you can do it for multiple machines can be selected and enable for virtual machines for the patch management solution. So let's have a look on it how this works. So this will have in the backend as the log analytic agent, which will be available for Windows as well as the Linux machines, because we're gonna update Windows and Linux machines. And also in the backend, this will also have the PowerShell DSC, which talks about the compliance management for the required desired state configuration. So that would required for the Linux machines. And also for the, you can do as we talked about, you can also manage your on-premises as well as the Azure cloud machines. That's where the automation hybrid runbook worker will trigger that workbook or the runbook. So coming back to the backend for the Microsoft updates will be there with the help of the WSS. And if you locate this structure, so what would happen is if you see here, there are two different runbooks are available. One for the hybrid runbook, other one would be just the log analytic agent for Windows and Linux. So with the automation account, it will actually check for the status reports will be always done, and based on the reviewed assessment and defined deployments which are done against to these runbooks, it will tells the what kind of status it has. Like if it is required some of the patches, it will gets installed. Before it actually gets installed, you can actually run pre-steps and a post-steps and then the updates also can be configured. So that means you do have the pre-scripts can be executed, and in between Windows updates will be deployed, and then post steps also will be there. So you have an option where pre and post steps are very useful. For example, you want to manually stop some uh, services or some kind of manual activity to be done, that can be fully automated with the help of PowerShell commands. And once that's executed, and you can schedule for the maintenance of the Windows updates, that would install all the patches, and then post steps will trigger to start that server specific activity. So that's how it's going to work. This is the architecture in the back end. Now let's have a look on it. What are the operating systems are supported? So we talked about the many things within this update management, but we didn't talk about the supported client operating system. It supports almost all the server operating systems from starting from 2008 to 2019, all kind of editions, like you take standard edition, enterprise edition, or even the core edition also will be supported. And coming back to the Linux, yes, CentOS 6 and the 7, also Red Hat 6 and 7 for the x86 and x64, SUSE Linux and Ubuntu 14 and 16 and 18 versions. And there are definitely non-supported operating systems also there, which we need to talk about. First and foremost, it doesn't support all the client operating systems. When I say Windows 7 and 10, it's not going to support. And also Windows Server Nano technology specific Nano servers are not going to support. And KBS, that's Kubernetes services, which are not going to support it. And now let's have a look on it, how to manage. So we talked about earlier about the overview. Again, we will just have a look on it, the same thing. So if you look at here, Windows Update Management can be done for your Windows as well as the Linux operating systems. You can onboard them, you can assess them for the required available updates, and then you can select and then you can schedule for the required updates. So what would happen is in the back end, the review deployment results will be verified with the successful of all the virtual machines which are enabled. So then you would be getting very similar to this kind of screenshot which is presented on your screen. So here non-compliant, compliant, or compliant for different operating systems, whether it is critically missing or security missing, all that would be reported back to you as a consolidated view. And as we talked, this also supports for Linux computers. So the Linux supported computers will be to report back. The time frame is at least 1 hour to be innovated, and whereas for Windows it's just 12 hours to be innovated for full-fledged you get that information. And again, these 2 points are the same, but let's add some more points. So let's say you already deployed the patches, and to report that status back, it takes 15 minutes post to the schedule to compliance policies to be verified on the schedule to scan, and that information will be sent back every 15 minutes to your Microsoft managed agent for your service. And also for the Linux case, it's the same case, almost 15 minutes, and sometimes it can take 30 minutes to 6 hours for the dashboard to be reported within your dashboard. And coming back to the classification, as we talked about the patches, not everybody is ready to push all kind of update classification. Some of them only interested on critical or security or update roll-ups or feature packs, service packs, or definition updates or role tools and updates. So all these kind of updates classifications are available. So you can choose that based on that criticality and filters, and then select them and get it installed. And coming back to the updates to include or exclude, you have that option whether you want to include that specific update or not. These are the additional features which I'm talking here, which are going to pop up on your screen in this box. So you can include or exclude some of the updates. You have that option. Also, you have the scheduled settings so that you can go for recurrence or maybe once only to deploy these patches, or recurrently you can do it, set it one time, and it does an automated fashion on every month. And also you have we talked about the pre-scripts and the post-scripts options, where you can run some kind of pre-scripts as well as the post-scripts. And maintenance window, yes, you do have the maintenance window in minutes, as you can configure. Also reboot control, how the reboot should happen, if really reboot is required or always reboot, all that kind of options you have. So for example, some of the machines not required to be rebooted, reboot is not required, or maybe always can be rebooted or never rebooted, that configurations can be set it, and only reboot will not install the updates. So that kind of options also you have. So it's not going to install the updates, but it just reboots with this option. So all the possible options you have, and based on that you can deploy the patches. So this is all about the overview. We talked about the supported operating systems, not supported, and the backend of the log analytic and automation accounts which are involved here, and you have all the flexibilities, and it's going to support Windows and Linux operating systems and the schedules. This is all about the overview. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I will catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we understand about managing updates for virtual machines within the Microsoft Azure cloud. And in this lecture, we will be demonstrating how to configure the steps as a step-by-step and how to push the patches for the different operating systems. So let's begin with that. I do have here a few of the virtual machines has been already created. Let me show you some of them. So I'll just go to the virtual machines, and you see here some of them already there, and I will be also creating as in required some more virtual machines like server 5, server 6, or some other Linux boxes as part of this demo, but I will be not just cutting that part, how to create section, but the rest of the part will be the same. So now once we have the virtual machines, if you just go to any of the virtual machine, and under operations, if you see here, before we go to the operations, under operating system, you see here it's the Windows Server 2019 data center, and it is into West US 2, and the resource group is UDV. Now let's go to the operations. Under operations, update management. So this is where you need to go, update management, and then once you click on it, you would be getting a small window where you need to fill the values. So the values are specific to the log analytics specific, and also for the automation account. So in my case, I have already created log analytics services as part of other demo. That's why it is completely grayed out. I cannot change here any value. But whereas for the automation account, I can actually edit here. That's why it is coming as the automation account, because I didn't work with the automation account. So if you get as the drop down list, that's fine. So all you have to do is click on enable. That would automatically creates for you log analytics services here, as well as the automation account. So both gets automatically created for you, and it will be provisioned for you when you click on this enable button. So I just hit an enable button, and I'll be waiting for a minute. In the interest of the time saving, I just paused and continued. You see here, so it might take 15 minutes time to complete the wizard, or in the background the installation of the deployment to be successful. So in my case, deployment is successful. I can simply close it. Oops, this is the very long queue which is not related to this. This is the 4 hours. If you see here, it was a previous notice which is coming up. That's fine. I'll just close that, and you see here I was able to see here like what are the update names which are missing, and also based on the classification and the published date, and also I get the KB information. And if you see here, this is for the missing updates, and this is for the deployment schedules. So what it means is, when you find the missing updates, you would actually use this button to update. That's the schedule. So once the schedule is happened, it comes under this tab, as it will be listed so and so time it's gonna deploy. That information will be there. So the wizard output will be saved into this specific tab, and then the success of the installation or failure of the installation called history, that will be showing here. So that's a demo. So that's what we're going to try in a minute. So let me again run here. If you are trying to configure on multiple machines at once, all you have to do is you have to click on this button, which is the automation account. So if you just go to the automation account to manage, you will be getting all the machine specific updates, similar view. All you have to do is again do the same thing like missing and the scheduling, and that goes to the deployment from there to here. So we're going to do that in a minute or so, but let's understand more about within this tab what kind of options we have. So here pretty much good. I have almost explained everything here, so I'll just click on one of the update. So what happens is when I click on that update, it actually taking me for the log analytics services. So log analytics services will have a query where I can actually run and I can find out more information on it. So these are the other built-in queries what you have already available. And now here I have already created a server 05 as the machine. If you see here, this is completely a different region is yours, and different resource group also. That means since it's a completely different region, if I at all enabled automation account or log analytics services specific for the managing updates, it will create another automation account. So let's go ahead and configure this specific setting. So I'll just click on server 05, and then I'll just go to my operations, and then update management. And you see here this time I would be getting a different values. In the previous server, when we try to enable, we got it here as the drop down list was completely grayed out, because in that specific region I had already a log analytics service which was created as part of my other demo, which is security center specific, if I'm correctly remember. In this case, in this region it's not there, so I can choose here the which region I can put this log analytics services, but I'm fine to go with this existing location. And then if you see here, the automation account is completely grayed out because one automation account is more than enough for the entire subscription, and it's gonna work. So I'll just click on enable. This would actually runs in the background for the deployment will be initiated, and which will take another 15 minutes to complete the process. Once it is completed, I will be able to see the missing updates, but at the same time, you see it's completed now, and at the same time I should be able to see two different automation icons. So let me show you here, and I have one from the ECS 2 and WES 2, both were there now, and the name difference is ESU and WS2, and that's what the major difference. Now if I just click on one of the account and go to overview, here if there are any kind of jobs has been already completed, I would be getting like patch deployment, other things. Otherwise I don't get anything. Now let's go to the update management. I should be able to see one server within the subscription, 1 out of 1, which is server 02, and it's clear that post to the machine name, I'm able to see also missing updates. These are the missing updates. I can filter if I want. I can go for the classification, also do the filter, but the classification also showing here, and number of machines which are missing. That's what I said. If you're trying to work with the from the automation account, you would be getting number of machines if at all you enable these specific settings, and the KV number and the operating system. So once you have all these done, like in the deployment schedules, if at all you have already configured deployment schedules, these it will be listed. In a minute we are going to do that, and there's no history of the success or failure for these. So let me search for the automation account once again, and let's see what other servers are listed. I should be able to see even my Linux as well as the other server, Windows server, in one of the automation account. You see here, here I have the one server with the Windows operating system, other one is a Linux, and Linux is already compliant, and but Windows server is not. So I would actually deploy the patches for this. So you see here I do have the
two accounts, so I'm just clicking on the other account. So I think that's the same account which I clicked on. No, that's the other account. So here also I'm able to see that I'm still missing some of the patches, close to 4 different patches or 5 different patches. So I'll just have to click on that schedule button, and then I need to enter here the deployment name. So it can be a monthly update or whatever the meaningful name. And if you're trying to deploy for Linux, you have to select this option. Otherwise, Windows means like here. And you can also filter here. If you see here, Azure and non-Azure, this is for the on-premises. And that's a hybrid especially. And in our case, for the Azure specific, you do have here the subscription can be. So in my case, I have one subscription, and I can filter if I want based on the resource groups and the location and other tags information. But I don't want to do that, so I'll just filter with one subscription. So entire one subscription, whatever the machines are there, that's the top filter. So next funnel would be the click here to configure, where I can select the machine. So I can search here based on the search type. So the search type, I can take it here. So let me go back to search type and then choose as a virtual machine there. So that what happens is I can add that specific virtual machine directly. So click on watch machines and it will be listed. So just click on that. It will get added to the selected item and click OK. That would actually include the machine. So what we have done so far, we have actually filtered as the subscription, and from there to now the machine. So it's a funnel is getting closer and closer. That's how you're going to design. Now let's click on the classification, one more funnel. So here the classification, you can choose only 4, 5, whatever it is. For example, critical, security, definition, all that, whatever you want it. And later point also you can change it. We'll come back and we'll change that later point. And also if you see here, this is very important. Like if you don't want a specific KB to be installed, just enter the KB number so that it will not install if you choose the exclude. And if you choose as only to be approved patches to be installed, then you can more explicitly configure your KB article numbers. So in our case, we don't have anything, so I'm just clicking OK. Now the schedule time comes. This is very interesting that whatever the time it is showing, that's your current logged on server's specific time zone. Definitely, so it's my time zone here, and I can choose the, even if I want time zone specific to your specific time or any of the time zones, and I can just take for maybe 10-15 minutes extra time before this demo to complete. And I can choose here one time or recurring, like recurs every weekly, daily, monthly, the way you want it. You have all possible options, trust me. And you see here weekly, monthly, hourly. And also if you just go to the weekdays like second Thursday or second Tuesday or second Wednesday, you can configure such configuration, or monthly on specific date, or no matter what date it is, or what day it is actually, but the date, if that date belongs, then it gets pushed. So all that options you have, let's say, these are the possible options which I'm trying to show you as part of this demo, like what kind of options we have, like second, maybe a Wednesday, or I can go for and apply all the patches. And you can also set expansion date or first, all that, monthly, all possible options you have. And once you have configured your schedule settings, you can continue further for the pre and post configuration actions to be performed. Let's say within this pre scripts or the post scripts, you wanted to execute some PowerShell script so that it's going to stop some of the SQL services properly before patches gets applied. It will move your nodes from one cluster to another cluster, or it might put into a maintenance mode so that you can go for the patch management. Like that, actions, you can put it into the pre and post actions. The post is maybe a service to be start kind of thing. So you can put it all the scripts. So in our case, I don't have anything, so I'll just click OK or cancel. And this is the maintenance window. If you see here, the last 30 minutes
or less than 30 minutes time it will take for the actual approved maintenance window for rebooting. The last 20 minutes maintenance window is dedicated for a machine to restart, and these are the maintenance window specific settings. So here if you are trying to configure the specific time, let's say 120 minutes, that's a 2 hours. So from 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. to 2 hours, which is till 2 p.m. 2 a.m. I'm sorry, it's till 2 a.m. it's going to apply the patches. And for the reboot, you have the options for no reboot, always reboot, but will not install updates. So you have the options. You can choose whatever the option is applicable or required as per your change management process. And once you have done, just click on create. That creates this deployment. So what happened is, in the background now, we clicked on this button to create the schedule, and that schedule will be available here in a minute. So you see here the schedule deployment is created. So I need to wait for that time to trigger, and once that time reach, the machine gets install all these patches, and I should be able to see in history. So let's click on maybe deployment schedules, or if you want to manage any of the manage machines, so you have here also the option. Like these options are reporting for the log analytics specific service. So it might take 15 minutes before this data to appear into the dashboard. So you want this to be reported and on all available machines, or just for a specific machines, or in the future machines, kind of configuration can be enabled. So in our case, it's a default configuration which is already available, and I'll be choosing the enable on all VMs. So I'll just close this button, or it gets changed in the back end. So that's good. And next step would be to go back to the deployment schedule. So here you see here whatever we have created, like monthly updates, it's there, and the next time it's going to run is 8:15 a.m. it's going to run on this specific of the machine. Is it just the one machine, and one time, it's not going to be recursive, and the schedule maintenance window is 120 minutes. That's good configuration. So we'll wait for another 120 minutes to get the status back. So if I want to change, what if you can just click on that and do any of the changes. Let's say I want to change maybe a classification, like everything to be install example, just it's a test. So I can go here and configure, and post to this the patch management configuration part is done. I have to wait. So the similar things I can do it for other machine also. So we worked with the one of the automated account or automation account. Now we're going to work with other automation account where we have the Linux as well as the Windows box. So I'll just go to operations. I'm sorry, under operations again, update management here, and here it should list actually two of them. One is the Linux as well as the Windows. So I'll just click on server so that I can run the log analytic query, like required patches, like 4 patches which are missing for server 2012. So that's okay. I can show you the same information from GUI. That's showing good. So these 4 patches are missing, and these are more about the Windows Server 2012 specific, if you see here, because the operating system is 2012. And as a next step, I would be creating the schedule updates, and the similar fashion, similar steps I have to do it. So I'll just click on that and give whatever the name you wanted to give here, a meaningful name, and then choose the operating system, like in this case the definitely Windows, and click on configure. And here I can choose maybe old, but this time I wanted to show you the apply. Yeah, let's go for the only subscription based with the filter. And then again you can go for the, if you have imported from the WSS or AD or SCCM, in this case you can choose this, but in our case just the machines. So I'll just take the filter as a machines, so it will list as the server 05. All I have to do is I'll just click on that. So it selected this, and as a next step I can click OK. And here I can choose maybe the and I can choose the required update. So this time I will select everything, and the include and exclude buttons are the same, and time zone and time specific settings, all that can be configured. So I'll just give here another 5 minutes or 10 minutes extra so that this demo can work. So one time I'm choosing as actually very normal specific schedules. There's no custom specific, no pre or post or scripts. I wanted to reboot, definitely always gets rebooted, or reboot if really required. Create, so this gets created. Now as a next step, again deployment schedule and then history. So under deployment it just got created and it's able to show you server 5 schedule. For the maintenance window I have to wait for a few minutes, so I'll be waiting, and I have waited close to half an hour or 1 hour plus time, and then I'm able to go back and show you the status. So you see here the overview is completely showing for us as the completed on 2 computers. So let's go to the updates management. You see here update management, and you should be able to see here for a single machine it's fully compliant. And if I click on that, again the same long analytic query, so I don't want to do that. Now missing is 0 completely. Deployed schedules is one of the schedule and which has run already successfully. But if I just go back to that same deployment, I can edit if I really wanted for the future, and I can click on history to view the updates. So I'll be showing that history for other machine. That's okay, just go to the updates management directly this time, and then this server also got updated completely successfully. So from the update management I can see here 2 machines, in this case Linux and the server 5, both are compliant, and history is showing as the deployment is successful. And if I click on that deployment, what all the patches has been, whether it is failed, if so it will be listed here, all or 0, that means 0 failed, and attempted, not attempted is 0, that means nothing has been done as a failure, but everything got installed. It got installed completely on all the machines. So that's a good method of deploying. So all the patches got installed. So this is all about the demonstration of the patch management, how best you can manage the patches from Microsoft Azure, and this is how you can secure and you can take the advantage of the existing automation account as a benefit. I hope this entire demo is completely useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I will be catching you in the next lecture.
Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to create Azure virtual machine with the help of Powershell commands. So to do that, I can open either direct Powershell from my run, and then I can use easy connect a command to connect it and then execute. Or I can use the CloudShell. So I prefer to go with the CloudShell. The reason being I don't need to install anything, and most of the things are easy, and it's so easy that you can connect and you can work from anywhere. So just click on that. So this would ask you to either go to Bash or PowerShell. So switch back to PowerShell. If you are not connected to PowerShell, just try to switch back from Bash to PowerShell. Later point, you can actually work directly from the PowerShell. So if you want a full screen, just expand to the full screen and type whatever the commands you want, like help or whatever those commands that are compatible. So I'm just going to create a new resource group called my resource group here. So the command is simple, new AZ a resource group with the name called my resource group. So this is where the resource group name it's going to create. So if I just show you here, currently I don't have any resource groups in this in this account, so other than this CloudShell specific resource group. So there's no other resource group other than that. So I just executed the specific command, new AZ a resource group with a name called my resource group and location called ECUs. So if I just filter within the specific resource groups, I should be able to see here my resource group. And within this resource group, there is no resources that are created. So now it's time for us to create a virtual machine within this resource group. For doing that, again, I'll go to the CloudShell and execute few of the command. And instead of I directly show there, I'll just try to show you in the ISE. So it's ISE is the editor for you, so you can actually view in a better way of what is happening within this complete script. So you see here, I'm using a command called new AZVM. That's nothing but a new Azure VM. I'm gonna try, and the resource group is my resource group that we just created, and my name of my VM is like, if example I wanted to give here as the VM01 example, my VM01, you can give that, and your subnet name, whatever you want the subnet, and the location is yours, and the virtual network name is my VNet. So let's say if this is a web app specific, so you can give here web app VNet. Oops, sorry for the caps. So web app of VNet, you can give that, and also this is the subnet is again here you can give here as a subnet as hyphen subnet, maybe in that way web applications VNet specific subnet this is, and the security group it's gonna use, that's nothing but a NSG. So in this case the NSG is my network security group. Maybe you don't like it, so you can give as my VPN. That's my VNet specific NSG, so you can give as an NSG, and the public IP address, yes, my VM01 PIP, so you can give here PIP. That's a public IP in short. This is a PIP stands public IP address, and you're gonna open the ports as IT and 3389 the ports you're going to open in a, and you're going to create in a location called ECUs. I hope this is easy for you to understand. If not, you can check out the documentation how to create for AZ VM specific commands. And you see here the last I have given this is just a shift the first key beside the left, and this says that it's a continuation of the next line. So that's why all the next continuation of my PowerShell script here, and simply I'll just use this as it is script and execute here within the PowerShell window. So you see here it's everything has taken, and if I just click on hit enter, it's going to create a new virtual machine. So let's hit enter. It's asking for the user ID, so definitely I should be able to create a user ID for this. So the account ID is adm-phgdy example, and the password of this virtual machine that needs to be connected. I'm typing here my password, and one more time if it is asks the password we can give. So it's just in the process of creating. So what happens is in the backend it's going to submit a deployment status, so we should be able to see the status here. If you see here 4% completed, it might take a minute. Now the virtual machine has created successfully, and what we can do is we can minimize the CloudShell and just go to our resource group here and do a quick refresh, and you should be able to see like the virtual machine name called myVM01. That's what we specified here, the virtual machine name, and the location is ECUs, and the VNet name is web app VNet. That's what the VNet, so it should be web app specific VNet. So web app VNet, that's a VNet, and this is a NSG that was created. So as we expected, it has created. Let's connect to the virtual machine. To connect to the virtual machine, if it is a Windows machine, just download the RDP file. If it is SSH, that means the virtual machine should be a Linux. Then in that situation, we would be using SSH. And we talked about it in detail about the Bastion service within the networking section. You please do check out that. So with the help of Bastion, you can connect directly from the Azure portal to the virtual machine. So you don't need to download any of these. So it's more secure than opening a port over public network RDP or SSH. Instead of that, you can actually connect with the Bastion within the portal. So in our case, since it's a test VM, we are trying to connect from the RDP. So I'll just use that and say connect. So that's going to connect my virtual machine. And RDP, open this file, give the user ID. So you remember the user ID, what we have given here within the shell was adm-paddy, if I'm correct. Yep, this is the user ID. So I'll just give that user ID and the password, whatever the password I regularly use. So it should be, yeah, that's a password. So just click OK. So I'm able to connect to the virtual machine. That's how we can connect to the virtual machine. Now the VM is connected successfully. So let's see by going to the Azure portal once again, and I'll just minimize the CloudShell, and I'll go back to the virtual machine. So within this virtual machine, we did open a port, if you remember here, like the port 80 and 3389. So 3389 was for RDP, but a port 80 also we open. So let's have a look on in our NSG. So you see here NSG is open even port 80 for that virtual machine. So within this virtual machine, I'm going to install port 80 specific, which is nothing but a web application, so that I'll try to access from my external network. Select the web server specific role within this wizard and click on default. So this is just to test from an external side whether we are able to browse with a public IP that was assigned for this virtual machine is this. So if you try to browse from my local machine network, this public IP, I should be able to browse that on a port 80, but since it is still installing, I'll not get any response. And once, as soon as this has completed this feature installation or role installation, then I should be able to get here a response. Now the web application role has successfully installed on this machine. So let's try to browse this. I should be able to see here a web application which is hosted on that machine. So we were able to open that. Let's say you want to clean up this everything. So how do you do? So just go to the again to the CloudShell, and you can delete the resource group. So to do that, from GUI we can actually delete this. Let me show you that. So just go to that specific resource group. So in my case, if this is a resource group, I'll just have to click on that specific resource group and go ahead and delete that specific resource group. So I opened this resource group already, so I can click on delete and give this resource group name here and say confirm to delete. So it's going to delete my virtual machine, my NSGs, VNet, public IP, which we created as part of the script installation with the virtual machine. All that gets automatically deleted. What if you want to delete everything? So you just have to use this command, remove -az resource group. That's a resource group name you give it. So this is my resource group name. So in this case, that's the resource group name, right? So we are going to try with the CloudShell this time. So I'll just paste this command as it is. So it says, hey, are you sure you want to delete your resource group? By deleting that, all the resources which are part of this resource group will be deleted. Are you really sure that? It's going to ask you. So you can give as a yes, because do remember that you cannot even retrieve that. Anything including the Microsoft also cannot help you in terms of retrieving any of the resources once you delete it. So click on delete. Yes. So I'm going to delete. By doing this, what happens is now the virtual machine gets automatic shutdown. It's going to automatically shut down, and it's going to stop my entire billing for that specific resources. By doing that, we will be in a stage where we will save the cost. Let's say if you're trying with your free trial and you might have maybe $100 or $200 of credit with MSGN, or maybe a subscription based. So you can save that by deleting all these resources. So you see here it just got in a shutdown state, and if I try with this public IP again, browsing also, it's not going to work anyway. So that's how you can actually delete. And if I just go back here and do simple here, if you see here 6 of the resources were there, and if I do in a quick refresh, it goes a few of them as we talk. It got deleted as we talk here, and the complete resource group is no more. And if I just go back here, even from here, it was confirmed the deletion process. So that's how we can delete and we can create a virtual machine from the Powershell. And now you know that how to clean up your resources so that you are not going to build by deleting that specific resource group. And try to walk any of the lab, just try to stick to a new resource group, and new resource group, once you completed your lab, you can simply delete that, so that you're not going to actually charge for that, and you can enjoy your free credits that you have. I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to work with Azure CLI. In short, we call as CLI, but Azure command line interface we also call. And this CLI can be installed on Windows operating system or Linux or Mac. Anyway, any kind of client operating system, you can install the installation and then you can connect it. If you're the Linux admin, it's your favorite tool, I know. So let's jump into the demonstration of how to install CLI. Just go to the specific URL or go to akka.ms/install Azure CLI Windows, and then you can install it directly from here. And what we can do is we can click on this with the current installation window, and it's going to download the specific 43 megabytes of MSI file. Once the file is downloaded, you can click on the file to install. It's going to be a very straightforward installation that you can follow. Click on yes for the UAC and it's going to validate the installation status. And then it's going to install the application. Now the installation is completed. Here you can just click on finish. To open Azure CLI, you can open your normal Windows command prompt like like a command prompt, and then you can type as AZ command. So if you just go to the Microsoft documentation for Azure CLI commands, here is you have the all the AZ commands reference, so you can check out the documentation and how to use all that information within this. So let's jump into this command prompt, and to log into Azure, log on like we used in the PowerShell like AZ connect. Similarly here, AZ logon, that's the first command which we are going to use here, like AZ type logon. That would actually opens the pop-up window to sign up, and once we sign in with the ID, it's going to actually work. So you have logged into Microsoft Azure, and you can close this window and it will be redirecting to Azure CLI documents. So that's fine. So we have already logged in here. This is how it will be looks like. So once we log in, we can use the different commands to create whatever the commands that we wanted to use. That's how we're going to use with the Azure CLI. But let's jump into the CloudShell to use how best we can use the Azure CLI commands with the CloudShell, and then try to create a virtual machine either from CloudShell. So to open the CloudShell, you can click on the CloudShell icon, and this is where it's going to prompt you whether you want to run as a bash or PowerShell. So if at all you have already connected to PowerShell by default, then you can switch back to bash. So once you have logged in here with the bash, you can run all the commands that you wanted to execute for your lab. Let's start by creating a resource group as a first thing, like AZ group, and then create -- name. So my resource group is my resource group, and the location is, I'm choosing here ECS. Once I've done that, I can actually create a virtual machine. Let's try to create a virtual machine for Linux. So just paste this command. So within this command, if you see here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to use azvm command to create a virtual machine in a resource group called my resource group. So in the first command, we used to create a resource group called my resource group, and the name of my VM is my VM actually, and the image is Ubuntu, and the admin username, and I'm going to generate the SSH keys also, because to connect to the Linux you need to have the SSH key. So I'm just entering that. So it's going to take in a backend for some time to create the virtual machine. So I'll just wait for a second to get it automatically running. This currently it is running the state, so let it complete the running state to complete it. And we could see that the output as the VM got created. If you see here, it's a finished the status, and we were able to see that this virtual machine is created successfully now. And this is the public IP. In a minute we're going to try to connect, but for now there's no port 80 is not open, so we will try to open on that machine by running this specific command like azvm open port. The port number is IT, and the resource group name is my resource group for my VM called my VMs. And let's have a look on what we have created so far from the Azure portal. So I'll just minimize this. I'll go to virtual machines, and we can see that this is my virtual machine, and from the networking, I should be able to see here open port. That's what we have executed. So it was successfully created, this port. Now let's try to connect directly from the CloudShell. To do that, again, we can open up this CloudShell and type the public IP. So you need to get the public IP of that machine. So this is the public IP of that virtual machine. So what I'm going to do is I'll be reconnecting with the specific command. So simply SSH with Azure user, that's a username what we have created while creating the virtual machine, and the public IP of this. So this is the public IP. So I'll just give 20.39.51.119, and that should be able to connect. So if you see here, it says that, hey, you want to allow this because port 22 is already open. Now it says that, hey, do you want me to accept it, the specific signature? So if so, yes, type as yes. That's going to connect to this virtual machine. And also, if I want to actually browse on this virtual machine, let's say I wanted to install NGIX web server on this virtual machine, which is running in the Azure Linux. So what I can do is I can simply install on a port ID some web application. To do that, what I can do is I can simply first, let's try to browse. Even though we have opened the port, we did not have any web application port, or web application was not installed. So from the Azure portal point of view, yes, we do have a port ID is open here, if you see here, but the web application is not responding because we did not install. So to install that, I'm going to actually do the sudo with apt get hyphen y update. So it's gonna get the update, and then I'm going to use the install command here. This is the command which would do the sudo get apt get hyphen y install ngix. So it's going to install that completely. So it's going to configure our web application with the default settings. Now if I try to browse this web application, once this is done, I should be able to see welcome to NGINX, because we try to install that as the web page. So let's try to refresh in between. So you see here, welcome to NGINX, that's what we are getting as a response also. So it has processed this. So if you want to clean up this entire lab, whatever you have created so far, you can simply run az group, and that's a group of the resource group. When we see group, so we can simply delete that. So that's how we can do. So I'll just reconnect, or I'll just wait for a minute or so. So to remove all the resource groups, simply type az group delete and give your resource group name. This is how you can clean up so that your virtual machines will not be charged. So this is how you're gonna work with Microsoft Azure Cloud with Azure CLI. Either you use the batch or the bash from directly CloudShell, or you can use here the similar commands that can be utilized. So that's how you can do it. I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.